Blessings everyone, and welcome to my channel. My name is Cassandra and you're watching Spotless Mind Tarot. In this video we're going to do a pick a group tarot reading looking at the next 3 months for you. Because I am recording this in August 2024, there is a stronger emphasis here at the end of the year. However, you can watch this video at any time that you click on it. By watching this video, you consent to me tapping and tuning into your energy and communing with spirit for you. Keep in mind that this reading is made for the general public, so not everything that comes up is meant for you. However, I try to speak in metaphors and cover archetypal energies so that way you can apply it to your life in the best way possible. If you haven't yet already, please subscribe to my channel, like this video, and share it with somebody who you think may need this message at this time. I offer private readings. If you're interested, you may go to my Etsy shop. The link is below in the description. I offer private tarot readings. There are a total of 4 different readings to choose from. If you would like to save 25% off your tarot reading, be sure to look for the code in the description and apply that code to checkout so that way you get the 25% off any of the 4 tarot readings that I have to offer. Okay, so here are the 4 groups to choose from. We have Group 1, Oak Tree, Group 2, Orchid, Group 3, Forest, and Group 4, Lavender. So take all the time you need. If you need to pause the video, that's fine. I'll let it play a little bit longer. And try not to think about it too hard. Just pick the image or the group number that pops up that really sticks out to you, and then go into the description of the video where you can find timestamps for each of the readings. Everything else is in the description. If extra information about the tarot cards I use, information about myself and how you can contact me is all there. So without further ado, let's go ahead and begin. Blessings Group 1, and to those who picked Oak Tree, my name is Cassandra and today I will be your tarot reader. So in this reading we're going to get a 3-month forecast. We're going to get a look into the next 3 months for you. I'm recording this in August 2024, so I feel like this reading will be stronger here at the end of 2024. However, you can watch this at any time. If you're watching this years from now, if you're watching this next year, totally fine. But I may reference something about the next 3 months. I might mention a certain month or whatever. Still could be relevant for you, even if you're watching at a time where you're nowhere near that month. Either way, we're just looking at the next 3 months for you, and we're going to see what comes up. You're welcome to pick more than one group if you feel called to. If something doesn't really resonate in the reading, maybe stick around and keep watching anyways, because we are getting a forecast. And so unless you're like really tuned in, and especially if you're tuned in and you're meant to know these things, because I do feel like sometimes it doesn't matter how psychic you are, there's some certain things you're not supposed to know because you're supposed to go through it. Because if you did know, then you probably wouldn't go through it, right? So yeah, you know, stick around. Maybe there's something you can gain from this. You can even come back in 3 months and see, like, you know, if any of this like happened. So I would suggest maybe taking notes. That's a good idea. I've never done that, but like I've watched a lot of tarot readings where they kind of mention that, like, take notes and see like if this comes up. So anyways, we're gonna see what comes up. First we're gonna look at the oracle cards, and then we'll go into the tarot part of the reading. The oracle cards are going to show us the overall themes and outlook for you for the next 3 months. It's going to show the archetypal energy that you can tap into or will be entering into your life. And then we'll head into the tarot. We'll look at your physical world, okay, with the Albano-Waite, and then with the tarot of the golden wheel, we'll look at the spiritual world, the dream world, and things like that. So I think that's it as far as announcements. Go ahead and get started. So first we're gonna pull from the Angelarium Oracle of the Fallen. Okay, I love this deck. It's brand new. This is my most brand new deck. This one's new too, but this one's newer. I got these both within a month of each other, I believe. So fresh energy, very fresh energy with these cards. And this is part of the Angelarium Oracle. This is also another Angelarium. This is the Oracle of Emanations. Okay. Created by the same guy. I cannot pronounce his last name, but his name is Peter. There's a link for, or not a link, but you can look at the description of this video, and I write everything. I list all the oracle cards, and I guess I'll have to put the creator of these decks if you're interested. I do highly recommend the Angelarium, especially if you're into Kabbalah or archangels in general. These will really help you with your practice, especially if you do Kabbalah Tarot. You could use these in your Tree of Life, your Sephira meditations, because you know the Sephira each have their own archangel that governs, and so I'm pretty sure they're all in this deck. If they're not in here, they'll be in the Emanations. So anyways, let's pull card. Let's see what fallen angels got a message for you. And if you have a Christian viewpoint, I know you might think of fallen angels as demons. And, you know, for the most part, I guess they are. I don't see demons as something inherently evil, okay? As I say that, a card flipped out. But, you know, demons, they just embody the darker aspects of life. And, yeah, we won't get into, like, you know, religion here, but, you know, just want to emphasize that demons doesn't necessarily mean evil, although it's generally the case. Because these guys were once angels, and they fell because I guess they were just too woke, right? Okay, so we have the builder, Cephalus. So this card is he's in this deck twice. Okay, he has his own card, and then there's these cards where they like encompass a certain, I don't know what you would call it. Okay, he's the builder though. This is like giving like Assassin's Creed vibes. Isn't that giving you Assassin's Creed vibes? That's so Assassin's Creed. That's so cool. I did group 4 first, and they got Cephalus. But they got the other card of him. So if you were drawn to group 4 or to Lavender, maybe check it out. That one's really long though. I don't know how long this is going to be. I'm going to try not to make it an hour long, because that one was an hour long. So let's keep it moving. So the builder. I would say you're building something. I mean, that's pretty obvious, right? We'll see what the book says. There's some kind of silence to this. You're silently building. You're working in silence, maybe suffering in silence. There's so many quotes where they say work in silence or hustle in silence, and then I can't remember the saying, but it's something like that. Like don't announce your moves. Move in silence. You know, let people guess. At the same time, like sometimes when you announce what you're gonna do, you end up not doing it, and then you look kind of silly and you look irresponsible to some people. Like if you say I'm gonna do this and that, and then you don't do it, people aren't gonna take you seriously. All right, so it's always better to leave your plans to yourself, especially if they don't involve anybody, and work on it, and then maybe announce it while you're working on it, like if you feel confident, like you're not gonna stop. But generally speaking, it's always good to not announce things prematurely, okay? Because at the same time, you can invite the evil eye, you can invite just people giving you negative energy, you know, things like that. So let's keep going. Now let's pull from the Oracle of Emanations, and then we'll read from the book and get more clues and insight. So the emanations have archangels as well, but it's more to do with emanation. It's more to do with the Sephira, the tree of life, and all the paths. What emanation do you have for us? What can you tell us about the next 3 months? What kind of archetype can we tap into here? I know my shuffling's not the best. I never learned how to shuffle. And I gave these all a good shuffle before, so we're just pulling. All right, so you have Dumas, Angel of Dreams. Oh, I'm sorry about that thumbs up. Anyways, yeah, thumbs up. Actually, it's good. I don't know why I'm apologizing. I didn't do that. It's doing it again. All right, yeah, good work. Good work, guys. So you could just be manifesting your dreams. You could be building your dreams. Yeah, let's put these side by side. This is really cool energy I'm picking up on. Really cool. So let's see what the books say. We'll start with the Oracle of the Fallen. Okay, okay, so these are the personas. So I'll read what it says. The personas. It says, as the world changed around the Watchers, they changed as well. Each of the persona cards represent a different moment in the lives of these angels. At one moment, their power may pull them into delusion, and the next, it may reveal a profound truth. Sometimes they are afflicted, and other times they afflict the world around them. The tendency towards inverting their nature is what makes them the most human of the angels. Like us, their essence is paradoxical. So the thing about the fallen, they are closer to us than we may think. Okay, I know in the Bible, like, they're seen as like evil, like Lucifer was fallen, which is actually just Venus, and it's just about Venus going into the underworld. Like, if I won't get into it, but there's this whole thing with that. And so they tend to have human-like tendencies and behaviors, and that's what makes them a fallen angel, because they're no longer in a higher elevated state. They're basically on our level. Okay, so I just want to throw that in there real quick. Okay, so the Builder. It says, the vast emptiness of the desert became a canvas for Cephalus. Upon the blank space, he constructed miraculous structures and statuary. Mockeries of animals and people built from the dust itself rose out of the cracked earth. Hundreds of bone-white creatures twisted in forms of dance and jubilation. Countless fields of artificial bodies baked under the burning sun. Yet the angel sat alone. Wow, that's deep. And the meaning of this card is, what we create can define us more than any other choice. You may have a chance to create something new, something that will leave your mark upon the landscape. Allow yourself to be bold enough to let inspiration guide your hand. The results will affect people beyond your reach. So again, it's self-explanatory, the Builder, you're building something. But it mentioned how the angel's still alone in his creation. And so you might feel or have a tendency to see yourself as separate from what you create, when what you create isn't separate from you, in the sense that you're the one who brought it into existence. Okay, I think that's what makes art and music and all things creative so wonderful, because you are the vessel, you are the space in which the creation can manifest and come into existence. You know, you can paint the same painting over and over again, but each time you paint that painting, like, you're creating something new, in a sense that you're bringing it into the world when it didn't exist already. I mean, like I said, even if you recreate a painting that's already been painted, you're still bringing that back into the world, right? But I want to emphasize that this is more about something new, obviously. I get a sense that, like, this angel's working with templates of what was once there before, okay? And then making his own creations, okay? Like, a canvas is there before you, and so you use that canvas to create your own painting, your own piece of art. And so it's about using what's available, the resources that are available, and templates, basically. Okay? All right, so let's look at Dumas, Angel of Dreams. And I'm probably saying these names wrong, but I'm sure it's fine. I'm not invoking them, so you probably want to get the names right if you do want to invoke these angels. That's pretty important. Oh, that's in another language. Let's go back. Dumas, Angel of Dreams. Descent to the unknown. Dumas is the impetus to doubt a false reality, to crack the shell, keeping you from the truth. When the world shifts around you, Dumas is your guide. The world is stranger than you believe it to be. What we all dream, we dream together. Those dreams pool together in Dumas' cupped hands. Look below the surface of the water. You know you've missed something, and yet you wonder what. You listen closely, and yet you hear nothing. All the while, you dream the truth you think you seek. It is said that Dumas and Lelio are connected. The truth of this can only be found within Angelarium. Interesting. And the signs to see Dumas, or to know that Dumas is with you, is a reflection in water, a golden cage, and an eye. Very interesting. And so with the dream card, I feel like that description was very coded. And that's what dreams are, right? They're codes. It's our subconscious mind that we're tapping into. And the thing about our subconscious mind is it takes everything quite literally. So you might dream of something that represents something else. So let's say you dream of a home, and that home really represents a person that you're thinking about, that you're longing for, or whatever. And so that's what makes dream symbolism so hard, because a home is different to everybody, right? Some sad to say, but some people don't have a home. They're homeless, or maybe they're nomadic, or maybe they're never home because they like to go out all the time, right? And so their idea of home is different than you. Okay, and if you think of someone, if you feel someone is your home and you start dreaming of homes, well, that gives you an indication of what that dream's symbolizing, right? And so I feel like you have a lot to work with, but you're gonna have to get really creative and build something from your perspective. Okay, that's what makes artists so great, is as long as they're not being restricted in any art field that it is, you are creating something of your vision, of the way you perceive something, the way you feel something, okay? The way you connect to something. So that's what makes art so great. And another thing that makes art so great is that whatever it is, music, a painting, whatever, a movie, you can release it to the world, and then the world is going to perceive it differently than you, because that's how, again, like dreams, that's how they see things. It's, so it's wonderful because you have your own deep symbolic meaning as to why you created something, and then the world will perceive it in the way that they see the world, okay? Nobody's really right or wrong in that situation either. The truth of the song or the painting remains, but the perception doesn't mean it's not true, okay? So I think that's it as far as the oracle go. We'll tap more into them as we go on. Okay? So things may not be entirely clear to you, but get creative, get imaginative, allow your imagination to flow, allow ideas to come. Maybe write down your ideas, because I feel like you're going to have a lot over the next 3 months, a lot of like crazy cool ideas. Write them down, because you're not going to be able to do all of them at once, especially if you're an artist. I feel like a lot of you are artists or deal with artistic pursuits. So yeah, maybe write it down, come back to it later. You're not going to be able to start everything that comes up. Pace yourself for sure. And work on what you want to see build in the next 3 months. Okay? So that's what we're covering here, is 3 months. Okay, so let's see what the tarot has to say for you. Let's see what's going to come up in your physical reality. Okay, so we have the Page of Pentacles reversed. Now, group 4 got this, and they got it in the upright position. And so there's something, I feel, okay, I'm getting like retrograde energy here. It's, you're building something, but you have to go back on something. So I'm getting a lot. So I'm hearing like you have to go back on your promise. You have to go back and rebuild. You have to go back and start over. You have to go back and see what you missed because you could have received something and you didn't take it. You didn't take the pentacle. You kind of just left it there. So now you have to go back and retrieve it because you're realizing that now that that pentacle, whatever it may have been in your life, metaphorically speaking, that pentacle that was given to you either by a person or the universe was actually pretty important. At the time, you may not have felt like it was important. You felt like, oh, I'm fine without that. You know, I don't need that. Or, oh, I know what I'm doing. It turns out you don't really know what you're doing. Or actually, you know what you're doing up until now. And now you get to go back and retrieve that pentacle. That's basically what I'm getting here with this vibe. Okay. So you're building something, you're working on something, you're learning something, you're exploring something, but there is a delay. You're missing something at the same time. Okay, I feel like your judgment is clouded. I feel like your perceptions can be challenged right now, and you may not be able to perceive things exactly the way they are, which is fine. I mean, as long as you can differentiate between reality and what's in your mind. Okay, that's like very Pisces energy. So maybe you have Pisces in your chart. And we do have Saturn in Pisces. And right now, as I'm recording, the Saturn is retrograde. And so far, it's been kind of like, I don't know, it's been a really interesting transit, the Saturn in Pisces. I thought it was going to be so terrible. Like, I can't imagine. I don't think Saturn likes being in Pisces. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like one of its fall, or it's not its fall. Maybe it's detriment. I don't know. So yeah, it's just not a cool place for Saturn. But personally, I'm finding it not to be as difficult as I thought, which is interesting because I have a Pisces moon, and you could only imagine like Saturn and moon conjunction, but in Pisces, like that sounds. Oh, and then what? My solar return next year is a Saturn Pisces conjunction, moon conjunction, whatever. Let's just not get into that. All right. So the next card we have is the Hierophant. So I feel like you received new information and gained some kind of new insight, and so it's making you having to go back, or by going back on something, going back to something. I keep hearing like breaking a promise or going back on your word. So for some of you that sucks. Like you don't like to do that. You don't like to, I guess be deceitful or make a promise. Maybe you don't like to break promises. I feel like there's a challenge here with you with that. But at the same time, I don't think it's bad because it's actually for protection. It's actually for the better, because if you were to keep going without this pentacle, it would be like a mess. It would fall apart. And so with the Hierophant here, this is you gaining more insight into something deeper, into something higher than you. There could have been something, there could be something in the next 3 months or something in recent times that you didn't take seriously, or you didn't think was significant or that big of a deal, and then you're finding out actually it's a pretty big deal. I feel like a lot of you are realizing that now or within the first month, but it's going to play out for 3 months overall. It's going to evolve. It's not going to remain the same. Like, you're not going to keep finding out the same mistakes. And that's the thing, like, I hate mistakes, but like, I mean, I'm a Capricorn, so like, Capricorns don't like to make mistakes. They're very much perfectionists, but like, they make all the mistakes, sadly, but I mean, we're trying our best. We really are. But like, you're going to grow along the way. Like, I feel like, I got it with group 4 about humility. Like, I feel like you could relate to that. like, it's not as bad. I feel like maybe in theory it sounds like a bad thing, but when it happens, like whatever correction gets made, you're gonna be like, oh, actually it's good. Like, you're not gonna look like a fool here. Like, nobody's even gonna notice. I feel like no one's gonna notice this. They're not, like, you're gonna, like, let's say I'm getting an image, like you're walking through a forest with a group of friends, and like you guys take a break or something, and then you get up and start walking again, and then you realize, oh, I forgot my backpack, or I forgot my water thermal. Let me just go run back real quick and get it. And like, let's say you're with a group of people, and like you're in the back of the group, and like everyone's talking, minding their business, like not even paying attention, and you just like dip out real quick, like, I gotta go back and grab my water, like real quick. And you don't say anything because like you don't want them to wait for you, and you know, you don't want them to stop. And that's very Capricorn. It could be Taurus too. And then you go back and you retrieve your water, and then you meet up with the group, and they didn't even recognize that you were gone. Okay, so that's like the vibe I'm getting. Like, no one's even gonna notice, and if they do, they're probably not gonna see it as a big deal because they'll recognize it's a mistake, whatever that is. Okay. Let's see what else. So you can just gain also new profound insights. You can learn something. You want to look up to people or look out for people that you can learn from. They don't have to be gurus and spiritual leaders. They don't gotta be teachers. They don't be none of that. They could literally be a stranger on the street that just says or does something that inspires you. Okay, so we have the Three of Swords. There's a lot of disappointment here. I mean, that's what this Oracle card was like. He seems pretty disappointed. Even though he's created all this stuff, all these creatures, he's not satisfied. And really, that stems from self. That stems from your inner world. When you're not satisfied with the external world, you're definitely not satisfied with your inner world. And I know one can argue that their inner world is fine. It's the external world that sucks. Which, I mean, rightfully so, right? I'll agree there. But at the same time, I mean, if you think the external world sucks, you probably suck too. I mean, you know, right? That's how it works. I'm just playing too. I'm just poking at you. But, you know, because I definitely, you know, yeah, let's just not get into it. Yeah, so there's some disappointment here. This could be relationships, but I really feel like it's with yourself. You're disappointed in something you've done or didn't do. Kind of holding it against yourself. Maybe blaming the world. Like, the world sucks. I'm fine. The world sucks, though. I did everything I was supposed to, and the world didn't show up when they were supposed to. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know what to say about that. That's not for me to speak on. Everyone's different. Everyone's experiences are different. And the reasoning for what they do is different. So, I mean, I'm not sugarcoating this. There's just disappointment. There's a setback. Maybe the disappointment is in the fact that you have to go back and retrieve something. And you're like really far ahead, right? And so it's disappointing to have to go all the way back to the very beginning. But I don't see you losing progress. Like, everything you've built from that beginning point to now, like, it's not going to go away. In fact, it's like what I was saying about the analogy with the forest and like the group of people. Like, they're not going to stop and wait, or they're not going to stop and go back with you. They're going to keep going, but they're going to go at like a very steady, like, stroll. You know, you're walking through a forest on a trail. You could only go so fast, right? And so at least you only want to go so fast. You don't want to wear yourself out, make yourself tired. So it's okay to go back. Like, don't beat yourself up so much. Okay, I feel like you're concerned about what others are going to think about you. but I don't think they're going to even notice. But you're disappointed either way because you have to go back. I mean, who wouldn't be? Let's say you're a mile ahead and you left your water a mile away and you got to go back a mile and then come back to where you were, and that's 1, 2, 3 miles you got to travel, right? Like, that sucks. But I mean, you could easily, if you could run, you can run a mile in like 3 miles in like 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, right? If you're like super fast. So what's 20, 30 minutes, right? Power walk if you have to. You don't have to run, just, you know, go at a comfortable speed here. That's basically what I'm getting from this with the Three of Swords. So you could also be going through things that no one else really knows about. You could just be keeping it to yourself, because I really feel like this is very internal and nobody knows. You don't want people to know. Maybe you're afraid of something. So let's see what else we can get. Let's see, guys. What else can we get? What can you tell me about the next 3 months? Maybe they can tell us something about this Three of Swords. Or at least we're going to see what progresses here in the next 3 months from this. So let's say you have to go back on this journey. You're going to learn a lot along the way with the Hierophant. And that could lead to disappointment, like beliefs changing or whatever. Whatever. There's just disappointment. So we have the Four of Wands. Now it's so funny because I got this card in reverse for group 4. So we got like the same cards, just in opposite directions. So this is just telling me there's really nothing to worry about. I mean, we're all human and we all have feelings and we all have experiences. So I feel like this is slightly inevitable in the sense that you're going to have to go through this. But with the Four of Wands, it's telling me that, like, emotionally you're probably not going to be okay, but physically you're fine. You're safe. Okay, so if you are dealing with something like trauma, just know that you're safe. I know what that's like. Okay, I'm going through the same thing. It's hard, especially when those triggers come up. You start reliving moments and experiences from the past that traumatized you, and it's like they're happening all over again. And it's not happening again. So those events are gone. You know, your body's just reliving the experience again. So that's what happens when there's trauma that's unhealed and you get a trigger. It feels like it's real again because your body goes right back to where it was in that moment. Okay, and so that could explain the Three of Swords for some of you. It's like you end up back in a place that you don't want to be in. At the same time, with the Four of Wands, it's like everything's okay. Everything's fine. You know, and I feel a softness with this. An ease and letting go, you know, like there's a lot of peace in this. Okay, and there's also a lot to celebrate. You've made a lot of accomplishments. There's a lot to come together for. There could be celebrations in the next 3 months. Parties, events, whatever. Things that just come up, things to just be grateful for, just for the fact that you can be. And that's what I'm getting. So it's cool to see that. It's a nice message. It's a nice reminder that everything's fine. Everything will be fine. Everything will be okay. All right. And you guys picked oak tree. Oak trees are very, like, they've been around. So I don't know, like, the extensive history of them, but, you know, they're very old. They're very seen as ancient. They're revered in some cultures and traditions, maybe religions, where oak is just like that's the tree, that's the wood, you know. I know, like in Slavic mythology or Slavic paganism, in places in Europe, there's oak trees and they're very sacred. There's a lot of oak tree sites that are like sacred sites, ancient sacred sites. So tap into that. Tap into the sacredness of the earth, especially, okay? It's easy to get caught up in the spiritual, you know, the thing about spirituality. This is what I love about paganism. I'm a pagan. It has a lot to do with the earth, okay? A lot of people think pagans, you know, it's, oh, they just have all these different gods and they do all this and that. But really, it's the practice of like, the earth is sacred, okay? The world is sacred. You know, there's and maybe not so much neo-paganism and Wiccan. There's a lot of deities that represent the earth, okay? Especially like Slavic paganism. You know, there's a goddess for the mud, there's a goddess for the dirt, there's a goddess for, or I'm sure there's a deity for the trees, you know, there's goddesses for the animals. Like, there's all these different archetypes that represent the earth, okay? And it's a ritualistic practice towards the earth. Whereas something like Christianity has a lot to do with a God that's out there somewhere, and then Jesus, right? And then like other religions, there might be a focus on like what's out there. And so I feel like it's good to come back to down here, okay? Because I know what that's like too, where you get so far out into space, into the astral world and the realms, whatever, that you forget that you're human and you gotta wake up and eat and, you know, do dumb human things, right? So it's good to come back and like maybe develop a practice that helps you connect to the earth, because that helps you with your root chakra. Because especially if you have trauma or any kind of disappointment, heartbreak, or pain, it has a lot to do with the root chakra not being balanced, okay? And I'm one to talk. I really need to get my shit in order, but you know, that the connecting to the earth is you connecting to your root, essentially. So don't mean to babble, but we got the Ace of Wands in reverse. Okay, dude, like there's something you're not picking up on, or maybe there's things in the spiritual realm that you receive that you can't receive down here in the physical, okay? Okay, I don't know why these aces, this ace and this page, they're in reverse. There's something you're not accepting. There's something, maybe it's just that sign that you need to get back down to earth. You need to bring it back down to earth. Okay, there's something, you're missing the bigger picture here about something. So this could be your struggle over the next 3 months. Going back to the Oracle, maybe you're struggling to bring into existence what you feel, what you believe, what you see, what you imagine. Okay, and if you're an artist, I could see how there's challenges there where, you know, you have this great idea in your head and you go and try it out and it's nothing like what's in your head. And it's like, oh, it's completely ruined. I can't do this. Pause for a moment. Don't give up on it. Just because it doesn't work out right now doesn't mean it's not going to later. So I'll give a personal example. I've been painting the aces, like just for fun and like practice. And the last one I have to do is the Ace of Swords. And I've been like struggling with it. Whereas the other 3 aces, I was able to just draw them in like 10, 20 minutes, like real quick, right? And then start painting. This one I've been working on for a couple days. I mean, I haven't been working on it extensively for a couple days, but it's taking me a couple days to get it done. And I'm not like entirely satisfied with it, but as I was drawing it, I'm like, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep trying to perfect it and just slow down and take my time. And you know what? I got to paint it, but I got the drawing laid out. And it's cool. It's not exactly how I imagine it, but I'm very satisfied with the outcome, even though I had to struggle with it for a little bit. And so that could be a message for you guys where you're going to struggle with something, struggle to build something or bring something into existence. And it's like, it's going to be disappointing. But if you take your time, you come back to it, you give yourself a break and come back. Don't give up. I think you can build something that you truly envision, that you truly imagine to be true. Okay? Disappointments and setbacks, things like that, are just a realization that things aren't going the way you want it to go. And so maybe you need to evaluate if you're too controlling, if you're trying to control something that's out of your control. Okay? Or anything of that nature. I think you really just need to go inwards and ask yourself some hard questions, and ask yourself, is this what I truly want? Is this what I truly envisioned for myself and for others, but mostly yourself, you know, your immediate environment? Is this where I want to be? Are these the people I want to be with? Are these the philosophies and beliefs that I want to have and hold on to? So I feel like there's this process that for the next, you know, as far as this reading go, it's only 3 months, all right? This shit's gonna fly by real quick. But as far as these next 3 months go, I feel like it's like this up and down, disappointment, and then you have a profound realization, profound connection with the source, with God, the divine, whoever. And then something happens again, and then you're disappointed again, and then you're back here, and then whatever. Like, you just... Yeah, that's what I'm getting. It's just a lot. It's a lot. I think you just have a lot that you have to learn from, a lot you have to grow through. A lot of, like, testing the waters, making sure if this is right or not. Sometimes you don't know if something's right for you until you try it. You know, maybe, you know, I wanted to be a veterinarian when I was young, and I went and got a job at a vet place, and I did kennel work. I only did it for a day, and I hated it. I was like, actually, on second thought, I don't want to be a veterinarian. And so, but for the longest, I was like, yeah, I want to be a veterinarian. I want to take care of animals. And then I go and take care of animals in the kennel for a day, and I'm just like, no, I can't do this. It's not for me. I don't like the smell. Like, everything's dirty. There's all these different animals. I love animals, but it was just like, it just wasn't ideal. And maybe it was the location, the place I worked at, whatever. It just, either way, it didn't work out. And I was kind of disappointed. Like, oh, like, I really thought that was it for me, right? But it turns out it's not. It was just a passion I had. But hey, I tried it out, right? Because I could have not tried it out and still want to be a veterinarian, right? And then, like, what good is that at my age? I still want to be a veterinarian. I've never tried it, right? And so that's something to think about. Like, just give it a shot, give it a try. And if there's disappointment, well, it's okay. It's okay, because you know what? It's not meant for you. It wasn't meant to happen. You know, so come back to this. And this Ace of Wands reverse, I don't even know what to think about that. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I think it's just you're just unsure. Maybe you don't know what you want. I mean, I'm sorry, but and that's okay too. You don't have to know what you want. Sometimes you could just live. Just live. Especially in this day and age, I feel like there's too much going on. Everyone wants to be famous. Everyone wants likes and comments and algorithm this, and I gotta make a reel of this just to get people to look. And like, fuck that shit, bro. Just live. Like, personally, I'm sick of that shit. I'm sick of everyone, like, whatever, man. I mean, do your thing. Do what makes you happy. And I enjoy some of this stuff too, some of this content. But it's like, you know, like, what is this doing for us? Where are we going? Maybe that's something you can ask yourself. Where am I going with this? Am I happy? Am I really enjoying this? Maybe you are one of those people where you're making all the reels, you're making all the content, but you're miserable. Yeah, sure, maybe you got all these likes and followers, whatever. But what does that do for you? People are going to forget what you posted an hour from now, the next day. Trends come and go. Nobody cares anymore. Everyone's attention span is 8 seconds, they say. It's probably less than that now. I swear it's 1 second. People watch stuff on, I'm not dissing anyone here that does this, but people watch stuff on a speed, like 2 times speed or something. Like they watch things quick now instead of real time. It's like, where are we going? Like, where are we all going here? So that's something to maybe ask yourself. Where am I going? What am I doing? What am I trying to fulfill? These are hard questions. Okay, but I think they're so necessary for you at this time. And with the oak tree symbolism, like, I should have done more research, but I'm just going with vibes here. Oak trees are very sacred. They've been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Most religions, at least with, like, you know, Western religions, they have, if you look hard enough, you could probably find content in it, in the Bible or whatever, you know, about oak trees. I don't know. I'm just kind of talking here. I don't know. But, yeah, like, just, when I see an oak tree, it's just peaceful. And I don't get to identify it right away, so I probably see oak trees more, like, in pictures more than I think. I don't think I've ever seen one in person. If I have, I don't remember. I mean, I live in the desert, so I can't imagine they're out here, but, like, when I see one, though, it's like, it's a reminder to slow down. You know, it's a reminder to, it is a way to root yourself, to connect to the earth. Okay, oak trees are profound in that sense. They're sacred in that sense. Okay? Maybe you know more about oak trees than I do. And that's good. Because these messages are for you guys. It's not for me. Alright, so I'm going to conclude that part of the reading. This is the physical reality for the next 3 months. Now let's look at the spiritual, the metaphysical, the dream world. Your inner world, things that aren't going to necessarily manifest externally, but you're going to notice them heavily within yourself. And by noticing them within yourself, you'll probably notice them within the world. Okay, so the first card we got is the Knight of Wands. Okay, so we got a lot of, well, not a lot, but we got quite a bit of Wands energy, fire energy. I love those flowers. They don't look like tulips. What's that word? I don't know how to pronounce them. P-E-O-N-Y? Peony? Peony? Whatever. That's what they look like to me. Okay, but so with the Knight of Wands, you're definitely exploring, and I feel like you're rediscovering, and so that's where some of the disappointments can come in, but also maybe trauma triggers or memories from the past come up, you know, and so that's difficult. But the Knight of Wands is here to say, we gotta do something about this here. You're not very satisfied or happy about something. We gotta do something about it now, okay? So we have, the next card is the Hermit. So definitely retreating and going inwards, connecting with nature. Okay, you guys need to ground yourself. Go sit under a tree, for crying out loud. Go fuck touching grass. Go touch some trees, okay? Go hug a tree. Okay, don't worry about how you look. Nobody gives a fuck, and if they do, fuck them. You're hugging the tree. What are they mad about? They're mad because they ain't hugging no tree. They ain't getting that vibes. They ain't catching the good energy. So you really want to connect with your inner world. If you need to step away from society, then do that. If you need to step away from the crowd and go back, do that. If you gotta go home, go back home. Go to a party, I don't want to be here, I'm going home. Go home. Who cares? It's fine. You ain't missing none. There's no FOMO. Right? No FOMO. Next card, Four of Cups. You got a lot on your mind. A lot. I keep wanting to say like bro or girl. You got a lot on your mind, bro. It just, You're dizzy. It reminds me, it looks like he's having a hangover, honestly. Look, he's sitting under a tree. Okay. Hopefully you're not hungover under a tree, but I don't know, maybe that will help. Maybe a night of drinking deserves a day of sitting under a tree the next morning. I don't know. So with the Four of Cups, I just feel like, I feel like there's too much around you. And it's like, you don't even care anymore. It's like I was mentioning about like social media and like everyone's doing this and that and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you don't even care anymore. Like, you're like, well, this isn't real. This isn't what I signed up for. That's the vibes I'm getting from this guy. So maybe there's something in your life that's like that, where you're like, I didn't sign up for this. This isn't what I thought it would be. And that's fine, because guess what? You tried it out. Now you know you don't like it, versus never trying it out and never knowing if you like it or not. So there's no reason to be disappointed. I mean, yeah, there's reason to be disappointed, I guess. You had expectations, but at the same time, it's like, what's there really to be disappointed about? Something didn't work out? Well, good, because that means something better will work out. Okay? I'm getting angry now. I'm getting angry. Alright, so we have the Nine of Swords. Man, maybe you need to go, like, bury yourself in the sand on the beach. Cause I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, there's just a lot. There's a lot inside of you. At the same time, with Nine of Swords, it's all in your head. It's all an illusion. It's all just unhealed aspects of yourself. It's doubts. It could be an inner parent. Maybe you've had some very strict parents, or one strict parent, or whatever the case, that really influenced your inner world and doesn't make you feel good. Maybe you're not being treated right by somebody that you really care about, and it's not making you feel good. And then you're like wondering why. Like, why are they treating me so bad? I do all this and that for them. I love them, and they treat me like shit. Well, I'm sorry, but it's not you. You did everything right? You loved them. You took care of them. You did all this and that. It's their fault they can't reciprocate. It's their fault they can't receive. Don't beat yourself up for that. You do you. Keep doing you. That's really all I can say here. This is also what people call like dark night of the soul or whatever. I mean, these terms are cool, but at the same time, I don't really like them because they tend to separate us from these experiences when these experiences are us, in a sense. I mean, at the same time, you're also not you're not your thoughts, blah, 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 whatever. But then they say you are what you eat, so it's like, make up your mind. Like, I am what I eat, but I'm not what I think? Okay. Right? I don't know. I'm sorry. But, like, yeah, and maybe you need some humor like that, like some sarcastic, just like, that's that Capricorn enemy. I'm really sorry. I know some people hate sarcasm, but like, that's all I know. Okay, my dad was a Gemini. Okay, now I'm a Capricorn, so that tells you enough about the sarcasm and just like laughing at like, or snickering at like difficult situations. Like, there's nothing, trust me, I've been going through the absolute worst time of my life the past 4 years. Even though everything in the physical world, like, for the most part, is pretty much fine, my inner world's a nightmare. And so, like, you know, I'm laughing now, but just a couple days ago, I was falling apart. I was this guy, for sure. At the same time, coming out of those episodes, it's like, man, that shit, it's like the trauma, like I was saying, like when you come out with those triggers, it's like, actually, like, everything's fine. I got triggered and sent back to a dark place. My body just relived something that once happened, but it's not happening anymore. So it's important to tell yourself these things, especially if you are dealing with something like that, or depression or anything. Just tell yourself, like, this is very temporary. Like, these bad experiences, even good experiences, everything is temporary, but the bad experiences especially, like, they don't define the rest of your life, okay? Like your traumas don't define the way, you know what I mean? I mean, they do in a sense. They can really shape, especially if you have trauma that you've suppressed and completely forgot about or don't heal, you're going to carry it. But at the same time, it's like other good things are going to happen. It's not like you're just going to stay in that state forever. Oh, man. This was a lot. This was a mouthful. At the same time, it was just a lot. You got a lot. But, like, with these two cards, even though there's difficulty, I still love that you have Angel of Dreams. Because it's telling me that you are ready to manifest your dreams. And that's probably why you had to go back on certain things. It's probably why you're having a hard time picking up certain things. Because you're trying to manifest and bring something into the world that isn't going to happen overnight. And maybe it's something that's never been done before. So an easy example, like maybe you're going to be the first to graduate in your family after like generations or something, or maybe as far as you're concerned, the first to ever graduate, right? Like something like that, to where like it's a major feat, it's a major accomplishment, and it's very difficult to get there. And at the same time, it's like the first of its kind, whatever it may be. At the same time, I will say there's really no like first of its kind, because I feel like everything's been said and done already in existence. And like new things happen, obviously. Like now we got AI, or we've always had AI. So that's the thing, we've always had AI, but now we got like AI drawing for us. And it's like, they're actually not drawing, they're stealing, by the way. But like, you know, but those ideas that AI is getting its references from were already there. AI cannot make a painting just by imagining. It needs direction. It needs prompts, right? And so it's going to borrow from what it receives inspiration from, I guess you could say. And so in that sense, it's like the same thing here for you. It's like you can receive inspiration from the world. But at the same time, like I do feel like there's something new, at least in your life, in this existence of your life. There's something new that you're birthing and bringing, and it's very difficult. It's like, it's almost like you have everyone has a higher calling, but like it's like you guys have this calling that's just abnormal. Like other people wouldn't get it, and maybe other people don't get it, and maybe that's why you feel so alone, you know. And that's fine. I relate. I'm alone too. I've always felt alone. At the same time, I know I'm not alone. You know, there's 8 billion people. How am I alone? There's more chickens in the world than there are people, okay? Like, how am I alone? There's a lot out there. But at the same time, I understand. It's like, what you're doing, you have to do alone. Yeah. What I do on my path, all this stuff I do, my spiritual, whatever, I have to do it alone. I don't want to. I wish I had a guru. God, I wish I had a guru. But none's coming. And you know, as far as like a real like teacher I can confide and consult in, like I don't have that, right? I have to figure it out for myself. And so I feel like, you know, I really relate to you guys, because like you guys are having to figure shit out on your own. And it's difficult, and it's disappointing, and it's lonely, and it's treacherous, but that's because there's something really big happening. So the next 3 months are going to be like this, but I do feel like your entire life is maybe not like this, but like just the fact that you're here to bring something into existence that may not necessarily existed before, at least not in the way that you're about to reveal. So that's basically what I got for you guys. Okay? You're on a new journey here. So don't forget. Let's go ahead and pull a talisman for you. See what talisman comes up. There's sigils on these cards. You can draw them if you want. You can copy them. I'll hold it up to the camera. Or you can make your own sigils, or you just let this be a reading and let it pass and not think too much of it. We'll get you a lucky talisman for you that will help you over the next 3 months. So we have resilience. Wow. That is so powerful. After everything I've said, that's very strong. I love the fox. That's very cute. All right, so let's see what the book says for resilience. Resilience. Okay, so here's the book. There's a sigil. If you want to draw it for yourself, draw it on a piece of paper and put it somewhere. I'm not here to give advice on how to do rituals or anything, so it's up to you how you go about doing this, but if you're interested, you can do this or not. You don't have to. Okay, so resilience. There might be a task you have to undertake that will be difficult, unpleasant, or inconvenient. It may affect other people's feelings, but you are obliged to first make sure that you are safe and provided for. When our physical needs are not met, elevating the mind and soul can sound impossible. Use your positive attitude and steady temperament to avoid focusing on feelings of guilt or doubt. Dealing with adversity makes us more resilient, and it does the same for others. We cannot shield our loved ones from difficulties, but we can be there to hold their hand and offer our understanding and empathy. You are making the right move. Talisman power. Use this card when you need to stay... I'll start over. Use this card when you need to stay sharp and clever. This is not a card to use for deceit, but it's about becoming mindfully cunning and finding a creative way to provide for your own needs. Imagine the clever fox finding and learning the ways around the hunter traps. Look for ideas all around. And then it says, I am resilient. So you can do some I am affirmations. I love that. I love writing. When I write I am, I like to write I and then a capital A for am. So it's I am. So it's like I'm making a statement here. Like, this shit's serious. So yeah, I love that, because after everything that came up, that's exactly what you needed to hear. That's exactly what you needed to move forward. So that concludes this reading. I thank you all for watching and making it to the very end. I really appreciate it. I do apologize if this is too long for some of you. An hour. Again, I did another hour-long reading. I didn't mean to, but hey, it's 3 months. There's a lot that comes out in the 3 months, I guess. So I hope you're able to find something from this. If it doesn't resonate, just, I don't know, I guess sit back and wait for the next 3 months to see if any of it did resonate. Either way, I appreciate and thank you for allowing me to read for you. It has been an absolute pleasure. So thank you once again for watching, and I'll catch you in the next video. Blessings Group 2, and those of you who picked Orchid. My name is Cassandra, and today I will be your tarot reader. So in this tarot reading, we're going to get a 3-month forecast. So we're going to look at what the 3 months are going to be like for you. I will start by pulling some oracle cards to get the archetypal energy and themes and topics of the next 3 months. Then we'll move into the tarot, and then finally we'll close out with a Talisman Oracle. And if you are drawn to any other reading, then feel free to go ahead and watch. I've done 2 readings so far, and they've both been an hour long, so maybe one reading's good enough, because these are pretty long. I don't mean them to be, it's just the way they're coming out. But you know, 3 months is quite a long time, so stick around, and I'll give you a reading, a fantastic reading for you. You know, maybe you can just pause it and come back another time if you don't got time right now. But overall, that seems to be it. Also, I'm recording this in August 2024, and so the focus really is on the last couple months of this year. However, if you're watching this reading any other time, you're welcome to. It doesn't matter. These readings tend to be timeless. I even have people go and watch readings from, I have some readings from maybe like 2 years ago, and people go back and watch those still. And so, I mean, you could probably apply it to now, or go back and watch and think about what happened back then, you know, maybe there's something there for you. And so that's what this reading could be. If you're watching it later, maybe it's a review of something that happened that's really important, or it's gonna foretell the next 3 months for you. It really depends. These readings can go any way because they're not specific to one person. So you always want to, watching any kind of public reading like this, you want to make it fit to how it works for you. And if you can't make it fit, then discard it, because, you know, we are dealing with spirits here. We are divining and tapping into other realms. I take this shit very seriously. And so, yeah, with that said, let's go ahead and get started. I don't take these readings lightly. So, because I'm saying that, I feel like you're going through a time where things are pretty serious for you, or maybe you're having a hard time having fun. So we'll see what comes up. So we're going to start with the Angelarium Oracle of the Fallen, and we're going to see what archetypal energy is coming in for you for the next 3 months. What fallen angel can we receive guidance from? Okay, and I know when people think fallen angel, especially if you had Christian teachings, you're going to think that's a demon. That's too many. I can't take those. Sorry. But there was like 3 cards. You know, but I don't think that's always the case. In this oracle deck, the description of these cards is relating how fallen angels are just like humans, and rightfully so. I mean, they kind of, if you know the story in the Bible, the angels fell and mated with human women, and they bore very tall children called Nephilim. Is that how you say it? I'm not sure. So I'm not good at pronouncing things because I know everything by reading for the most part, or just, I don't know, my brain doesn't work that well sometimes. Yeah, and so the angels had human tendencies, and so I don't see that as demon, right? I don't see that as evil, at least in the sense that, like, I don't see all demons as evil, because, I mean, let's face it, Lilith is a demon, and, you know, us spiritual women love working with Lilith, but she's a freaking demon. But I don't think she's evil, though, so, you know, I mean, she can be. Trust me, she can be. But, you know, for the most part, especially women who really work with her, like, they're not evil. Like, you know, it's just what it is. It's just darkness, right? It's just working with dark forces. So, anyways, let's see what we get for you guys. Again, I feel like something's so serious here. Like, you guys, maybe rightfully so. So, excuse me if I'm, you know, being inconsiderate about something that is serious. Wow. So we got AF, which I don't know if that's abbreviated or you're supposed to pronounce his name, like AF, Angel of Anger. So maybe you're dealing with anger issues, or maybe you've suppressed anger. Either way, we'll see what else comes up. So there could be quite interesting artwork. Maybe there's like someone abandoned you, or somebody did something to, like, stab you in the back, essentially. Somebody did something that was just, or you did something to yourself. Let's just be real here, and I'm just gonna go with what comes to mind. That's how I do my readings. I don't like to sugarcoat. Sometimes I try to, like, find ways of saying certain things, but it's so much better if I just let it come out. So maybe there's something you've done to yourself, so something that's self-inflicted. Please, if you have any medical issues or anything like that, like trauma, depression, or anything, you need help, please seek a professional. Okay, you can watch all the tarot readings you want, but, you know, the only person that can really help you is you, okay? A professional can help you too, but at the end of the day, it's up to you to heal. So if there's something you've done, whether it's not, whatever it may be, it could be anything, please know that You are fully capable of healing and overcoming anything and everything. Okay, I love this. We have from the Oracle of Emanations, which is also another Angelarium deck, we have Bina, left eye, knowledge. Okay, this is a supernal mother. This is the divine feminine energy, Bina. Okay, she is ruled by Saturn, and she does represent the dark forces and the dark pillar on the tree of life, the Boaz. Okay, you know, feminine is considered to be darkness. You know, if you think about it, like the moon is associated to women and the feminine and the goddess. And a lot of the goddesses do operate in the dark. They don't necessarily have forms. Like in the Bible, Sophia in the Bible doesn't have a form. She's just a voice. She only takes form when people are ready to see her. And, you know, a lot of people aren't. And honestly, I feel like Sophia is coming back now. Like, I feel like she's really with us now. You know, Sophia's wisdom. So if you read, like, the book of Genesis, whenever they talk about wisdom and say she, they're talking about Sophia, which is Greek for wisdom. And that largely comes from Gnosticism, but, I mean, it's there in the Hebrew Bible, so it is what it is. So, Bina. Okay. One of the Sephiras on the Tree of Life. So even though there's darkness here, there's healing. Okay, this feminine, there's the, that's what the feminine does. She heals. So let's read from the book for Oracle of the Fallen, see what they say about this angel here. Angel of Anger. Off, I want to just say off. Af. I'm just going to say Af. Af was not granted great strength, stature, or wisdom, but his resolve was unshakable. He taught men to fight, not with their hands, but with their hearts. He took to the training ground every day, outlasting all who joined him. The struggle fueled him, pushing his skill and creativity in combat. Though he was valued as a teacher most of the time, his tendency to publicly dominate his students terrified many. The domain for this angel is compulsion, confusion, and pain. The meaning of this card is, it is easy to see the clear danger that comes with naked anger. Be careful, as avoidance is rarely an option. The relentless nature of this persona can only be countered with empathy, which is its weakness. Consider the ways in which your own insecurities might be inadvertently nourishing feelings of malice hiding in your shadows. Ooh, that's a good one though. It's deep, but it's good. Okay, so yeah, I think that's where that self-infliction I was getting coming from. Like, make sure your thoughts and your feelings and all that are not stifling what's really there in front of you, what's really inside of you. Okay, so let's do Bina. Bina, the third emanation, a flow of light that pours into the world, a candle whose flame may light another without diminishing its own. Bina seeks not only creation but purpose. She's a flare of pure intent that blossoms from the heart of existence and out into the world. Her energy brings with it a desire for knowledge. She is a force that churns all the potential from higher emanations into a form that can be received by our consciousness. The white orb illuminates the way forward. Bina sits atop the pillar of severity, heading the feminine aspect of the diagram. Creating a perfect balance with Chokmah at her side, together they represent a continuum of psychic understanding. While Bina represents the power of knowledge, Chokmah reveals the power of not knowing. One acts as a vessel as the other fills the vessel, giving it purpose. You can find Bina in learning, shared experience, and creation. Okay, so I love that. There's a lot of emphasis on the heart here. So this guy's got a sword going through his back, through his heart. And then this lady, emanation, has her hand coming behind her back, going through her chest. And then there's an orb, probably representing the Sephira of Bina. So I find this really interesting here. These are pretty powerful. It's probably supposed to be like this, sorry. A lot to do with your heart right now. And so maybe that's why I feel like there's some seriousness going on. I feel like you guys, we'll just see what happens. Whatever it is, it's very important to you, and it comes from the heart. So let's see what comes up here in the next 3 months for you. So now I'm going to pull from the Albano-Waite Tarot to look at your physical world. And then later we're going to pull from the Tarot of the Golden Wheel and look at your spiritual, metaphysical world. And then to close the reading, we'll pull a talisman. And as always, I'm not the best at shuffling. I never learned how, I just do it. So it works, as you can tell. So we have the Six of Cups. So yeah, there can be a deep longing for something of the past or something that's gone. Okay, there could just be you reviewing the past and going over the past. There could also be people coming from, people from the past showing up. As the time I'm recording this, we are in retrograde season. And so, you know, it's possible. I feel like it's so generic. You know, they say with like Venus retrograde, your ex is going to come back. And it's like, I haven't seen an ex in person in like, what, 20 years? So, like, come on now. So yeah, like, something from the past though. I feel like there's something from the past that's holding you back. Or there's something from the past that like you're having guilt and regret about. And it could be something to do with your heart, to where like there's something you didn't do that you wanted to do. Or there's something you wanted to say that you didn't get to say. Maybe you can't anymore, unfortunately. Maybe the person you wanted to say it to isn't here. And we have the Knight of Swords at the bottom. So there's a lot of like mental activity. There's a lot of like heart-mind activation going on for you guys. And so I find that very serious. You know, and Bina is something, is the Sephira that basically I see it as it gives meaning and definition to things. It's able to identify this from that, right? Whereas Chokmah is like, these are all the potentialities coming into existence. There's really no name or no, you can't fit them in a box. There's really no place. They kind of just flow. And they flow and flow and flow, and they get to Bina, and Bina's able to sort it out. I mean, rightfully so, right? That's very feminine to like organize and clean and sort things out. You know, it's a feminine thing, whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. And so, yeah, that's like what I'm getting with this. But I find positivity in it at the same time, because I feel like you're rediscovering something. So it's almost like maybe there's something you completely forgot about that you really enjoyed. And maybe there could be like some trauma behind it. Like maybe there's something you've always wanted to do as a child, but you couldn't. Maybe your parents didn't approve of it, or you know, maybe you want to take like dance classes and your parents couldn't afford it. Maybe you had a single mother and she couldn't afford to pay for dance classes, and you've always wanted to do it, and then you never did it, and because it was so disappointing and so like traumatizing that you didn't get to do dance lessons, even though you wanted to so bad, but you couldn't for whatever reason, you kind of just like forgot about it and just like, okay, I guess I'm not doing that. I feel like now is an opportunity for you to go back and rediscover that, whatever that is. And it's not gonna be for everybody, but for some of you who are watching, this may be the case, and it's like a revival. So even though there's a look back into the past or a longing for something, there's also a revival here. So you're able to revive something. So if you, whatever the case may be, you're an adult now, whatever, you're on your own, you make your own money, go take those dance classes. Like, go sign up for a studio. Don't think that because I'm 30, why should I join it? Because you're 30 and you only live this life once, and you know, you might as well make the most of it. And so I feel like there's something like that where you can go back and do something you've always wanted to do, something that connects you to your childhood either way. So it doesn't have to be like something you wanted to do as a kid, But maybe it's something that brings you that same joy, that same fulfillment that you would have wanted when you were a child. Okay. So many of these cards are upside down. I don't even know how that happened. Okay, let's see what else. So that's what's gonna come up here in the next 3 months. So coupled with the oracle so far, it seems like you're having to live in your truth. You're having, and it's gonna be it's painful. Maybe if it's not happening already, it's going to happen for 3 months. It's a painful process of going back and looking at past and previous disappointments and things like that. Okay, but in that process, you can heal it, especially if it comes from the heart. And it's something you want to go after. It's something you want to fulfill. Okay. So let's see what else we can get. I'll try not to make this long. So far, all my readings have been like an hour long. I don't mean to, but that's just the way it is. You guys are the 3rd reading that I'm doing. So I'm not recording them in order. Okay, the group numbers, I mean, that doesn't really matter too much. It's just, that's just how I set up the system. So not only did I like group 1, 2, and 3, and 4, I also like picked pictures and then titles. So like you just go with what you like out of all that. All right, so we have the 5 of Swords. So there is a need to retrieve something that was lost or taken from you. There's a need to also a need to accept some kind of defeat here, some kind of I get like a truce almost. So there could be some forgiveness that needs to be done, or maybe just with yourself. I really don't see other people involved too much right now. There could be other people involved. There could be a Virgo here, a Virgo sun. There could be somebody with Venus and Aquarius, or maybe you have these in your chart and so you want to activate them. If you have these placements, activate them, and however that may look, whatever that may be. I'm not here to tell you how to do that. If you would like some advice, maybe I can give you some, but yeah, there's too many people watching, so I can't just like focus on one thing. Either way, there is a sense of defeat. There is a sense of overwhelm. More of like doing something alone, or kind of just like doing your own thing and then watching what everyone else is doing, and just like noticing how like no one's really paying attention to you, but at the same time like you're kind of okay with that because like you don't really want the attention for some reason. I still see it as you just looking back to the past. So it's like there's this good that you're looking back on, but it comes with some ugly stuff from your past. And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. And it's like, oh, no wonder why I forgot about that. You know, like that's not worth remembering. Oh, okay. So we have the 9 of Swords. There's a lot here. So even though I do feel there's something healing and something amazing coming out of this, we still can't ignore the fact that there's, you know, Angel of Anger. There's a lot of like, I'm getting like resentment, but there's a lot of guilt. And I feel like it's you just beating yourself up. Again, I'm not picking up on anyone else in this reading, although they can be there. Now we have Mars and Gemini. I think there's just like a mental overload. I feel like this stuff is coming up. You could have had an activation. You could be having a spiritual initiation. So even if you're not like joining some like occult group or secret society or anything like that, there's still an initiation happening here. And in order to be initiated, you have to go through the darkest parts of your soul, unfortunately. And depending on your karma and your life and everything else, it can be a fucking nightmare. Or it could just be some, you know, depression, some like, you know, just some shitty shit going on. It's going to be dependent on everybody. But either way, there's like a lot of stuff coming up from the past that's good and bad. And I feel like with the good, you're really feeling into it. Like it's bringing you good memories and it's making you remember things. And like you feel good, like, oh yeah, like I remember I used to like this and I used to like that, and oh, that was my favorite song, and you put it on again and it's like, oh yeah, I love this song, right? And then at the same time, you know, okay, so like let's go with the song analogy. Like, let's say you have a favorite song by some artist. I'm just gonna go with Aaliyah, One in a Million, right? And then you go listen to her discography, and then there's like a couple songs you don't like because there's like a negative memory attached to those songs. And so while you're listening to her music, it's like you have all these beautiful songs that you like, and then like this one song comes on, it's like, oh, that reminds me of my ex-boyfriend who cheated on me, right? And it's like, oh, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. That shit sucks. That shit really hurt me. And then maybe you're having a realization like, oh, that shit really hurt me, and I suppressed it, I brushed it off, I went on with my life, or something else happened, and so I didn't have time to grieve that relationship. It could be something like that. So there could be some grievance, okay, on things that happened already that you didn't have time to grieve. And that's part of initiation, because initiation is healing. At the same time, it is a healing journey. Or if you want to call it like Dark Night of the Soul, whatever, however you want to look at it. You don't have to put a title. You don't have to call it that stuff. Okay, that's just how we identify with the world. Fortunately and unfortunately, because I don't like things like shadow work and Dark Night of the Soul, because I was doing that shit alone in solitude, not knowing, just thinking like, oh, this is normal spirituality. And then I ended up meeting like a group of people online years later, and they're talking about like shadow work. I'm like, what's shadow work? And then they told me, and I'm just like, oh, I do that all the fucking time. Like, okay, I guess oh, that's cool. Like, this is something. Like, it's not just something I'm going through. Like, everyone's going through it. But after a while, kind of made me like separate it from myself. Like, oh, shadow work, like that's just something you do, where it's instead of something that you are, right? Instead of something that is part of the journey, is part of the spiritual process. Okay, instead of looking at it, oh, this is just a phase, I'll be fine after this. No, honey, like you're gonna have to do it forever. Unless you're God, you're gonna have to do shadow work for the rest of your life, all right? So anyways, that could just be what's happening. It's like, it's difficult. It's difficult. Okay, let's see what else. A lot of air energy happening, so a lot of mental stuff, a lot of clearing of the mind. And I think you have to clear the mind in order to get to the heart, because if your mind is not in tune and not in alignment with your heart's never going to be able to speak, because your mind's going to tell it to shut up, basically. And so I think that's really important, to clear your mind, clear all your memories. And that's where all the memories come from. I mean, your heart too, because your heart has more neurons than your brain. Your heart is so powerful, and it's like, that's where I feel like, you know, they say like the seat of your soul is in your pineal, but I feel like that's your heart. Your heart is your soul. Okay, spirit is probably in your pineal. Spirit's in the mind. But your soul, that is your heart, honey. All right, so let's see what else we can get for the next 3 months. What's gonna come up? Don't know if I said it. Probably did. My shuffling sucks. Like I said, I never learned how. I just do it. I just do things. That's usually how it is. I just learned to do shit on my own. Kind of had to. I'm a Capricorn, so like we kind of just figure shit out on our own. It's like, show me how to do it. I remember I asked my mom to show me how to do my laundry, and she was like pointing out, like, do this. I'm like, okay, I got it. Leave me alone. And then I got it, like, ever since. So it's like that. Okay. So we have the 6 of Cups in reverse. Okay, so I feel like there's a part of you that doesn't want to look at this. It doesn't want to do this. And that's where maybe anger could be coming from. At the same time, I feel like you're cutting through the illusion. And maybe that's why you don't want to look at it, because you're like, maybe you've been here before. Maybe you've been tricked before, either by your mind or something like that. Maybe your heart. Maybe you just, like, you're just like, I know it's all an illusion. I know, like, we shouldn't take life so seriously, you know. Some people believe it's a simulation. I don't think it's a simulation in the fact of, like, we're inside a computer. I feel like that's really ridiculous. But, you know, it's a simulation in the sense that, like, what happens in this reality isn't happening in other realities, but this is what we perceive. And so this is our, like, little simulation, right? There's other dimensions that we can't see that exist here, and that's also a simulation. So that's how I see simulations anyways. So, like, it could be like that, where you're just like, nothing is real, everything's an illusion, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, but at the same time, like, shit is pretty real. I mean, shit is not an illusion at the same time. I mean, you can have that nice spiritual fluff belief, or just spiritual, like, one-sided, you know, because life is dual, but you could have that one-sided belief that, like, oh, everything's an illusion, everything's fine, I don't have to do this, I don't have to do that. And but it's like, at the same time, I feel like you just need to ground yourself then, if you're struggling with something like that. And I think that's where the seriousness is coming, because you're like, okay, I want to take shit seriously. Like, I'm sick of the synchronicities. I'm sick of the angel numbers. And maybe you're watching this like, I'm fucking sick of tarot readings. Like, you know, like, I feel like maybe you've gone down the spiritual rabbit hole and you're just like, okay, but what about this physical world? Like, yeah, I have all these spiritual experiences, but, like, you know, they're not real in that sense. That's like, they're not manifesting in physical, you know, at least not in the way that you think they should. So that's kind of like the vibe I'm getting. Okay, and so we have, okay, the 8 of Cups. So there's a lot you need to leave behind, but there's also a lot that you're walking away from. So maybe you are walking away from a spiritual practice. Maybe you are taking a break. This is typically a temporary thing to do, to walk away. I mean, that this is represented by Saturn and Pisces, and as I'm recording this, and if you're watching this August, September, October into November, while Saturn's retrograde in Pisces, this could be you stepping away from a lot of shit, a lot of the spiritual shit, or it doesn't have to be spiritual. It could literally be anything that you're walking away from because you're just like, I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. At the same time, I think you're going to come right back to this. And so maybe this is a good diversion. Okay, you want to be careful. You don't want to walk off your path. I mean, maybe retrace your steps, but, like, you don't want to step away from your path. At least you don't want to step away for too long, okay? Because I'd be a hypocrite to tell you not to step away from your path, because I've done that so many times. But I will say, if you step away for too long, and when it's time to come back into your life, it's going to be worse than whatever it is you're feeling here. I promise you that. So don't walk away from your path too long. Don't forget who you are. That's really what's important here. Don't forget who you are. At the same time, this could be just you stepping back into all of this to, like, go back and, like, okay, I need to go back and retrace my steps, because it's not like there's something that's missing, but it's like there's a part of you that wants to know something. That's what I'm getting from this. It's like, oh, yeah, it's like you want to know something. I need to know. I'm never going to know unless I go. That's what I'm getting. So it can manifest in so many ways. Maybe some of you guys are leaving a relationship. Maybe you're moving. Maybe you're quitting a job. Maybe you're doing something, anything. So for a lot of you, you're going back to something. Maybe you may not realize that you are. Either way, you're walking away from something. You could be walking away from this. Although, I mean, I will admit that it's kind of disappointing if you are, because I don't I mean, this shit sucks, but I mean, you know, it's part of the spiritual process. Like I said, you're gonna have to do shadow work forever. Like, you really do, bro. Like, you just can't get away from that. That's part of the spiritual path. So yeah, if you want to walk off your spiritual path, go for it. I've done it. I came back. I always come back. But the biggest spiritual path I walked off of, I stopped doing tarot. I stopped doing witchcraft. I stopped all that shit. And it came back like a ton of bricks. My spirituality left at one point. I was not connected. I mean, I was intuitive and shit, but it just wasn't the same because I suppressed it. I said, I can't do this no more. I did exactly what this person's doing. I can't do this shit no more. It's too much. It's too heavy. There's too many weird things happening. There's too many emotions. And I walked right the fuck away. And I suppressed it. And I was just in a fog for years. And then one day out of nowhere, bam, this shit came right the fuck back. And let me tell you, my psychic abilities came online. And my world was just like, oh shit. Like, oh yeah, I forgot about this world. This part of the world, the spiritual, the different realms, working with spirits, working with tarot. I picked up tarot again, like working with tarot. Like, I forgot about this shit. And like, I won't go into it, but you know, I'm just sharing my story so you can relate, so you can understand. I mean, that's how I relate, is hearing other people's stories anyways. And so, but I will say, like, it's been cool. Like, I got my psychic abilities back, right? Like, but it's been painful. It's worse this time than it was when I was doing this shit, when I was a witch, right? I'm always a witch, but when I actually was doing that shit, what I've been going through ain't nothing compared to that. So don't walk away from your past for too long, is all I can really say with that. But I do feel like for the next 3 months, it might be necessary. Because you know what? I understand. Shit gets overwhelming. But just please be prepared. Be prepared. And I think it's okay because Saturn is retrograde in Pisces right now. Even if you're watching this later, it's fine. Whatever. Saturn and Pisces are being activated in your chart if you're watching this later. I mean, for as long as Saturn's in Pisces, I feel like this is relevant because it's going to go retrograde again later. So, you know, next year, probably next summer. So, yeah, just, it's okay. But I just take precaution because I've been there and it's not fun. I don't advise that. I don't advise, if you're like me and you're into this kind of stuff, I mean, you are because you're here, but like, please don't put it away for good. Just put it down. Go put the cards away for a little bit. Okay, go put the candles away. Go, you know, you don't have to do a ritual every new moon, every full, just, you could take a break. It's fine. It'll be there when you come back. All right? Just don't forget about it. Because if you forget about it and you come back, it's going to make sure you never forget again. All right? So let's go on and do the next part. So even though this is like meant to be your physical reality, it seems kind of spiritual. But in your physical reality, I feel like you're having to walk away from it again, like I've been saying. So let's look at what, oh goodness, the other dimensions have for you. So excuse me, let me go get that card. It fell. Okay, so the cards got messed up. I pulled on this as I was getting up because like I'm in a weird, my body's in pain trying to record this. It's such an awkward like setup, but this is the best I can do with what I got. I'm a Capricorn. I'm gonna make the most of it with what I got because that's how I was raised. So anyways, we got the 10 of Wands. So again, there's a lot that you're carrying. And this man's blind. At least he's blindfolded. He's managing though. You're managing. This spiritual shit might be really overwhelming for you right now, but you're managing. And it's interesting because for you guys, for Orchid, what was the plant I wanted to use? There was a different flower that I had picked. I forget what it is right now. And then I ended up going with Orchid because that was the image I got. So I was looking at the images I was looking for. They're like stock images, free stock. I needed free images, right? And so I searched whatever flower it was. I really can't remember. If it comes to me, I'll say it. And I saw these pretty images, and I saw this one. I'm like, well, that's not the flower I wanted, but I really like this image, so I'm gonna use it. And I'm like, okay, well, now it's an orchid instead of, I really forget what it was. And so because I'm mentioning that, I feel like maybe a part of you doesn't want to see something for the way it is. Or it could be in the sense that, like, okay, I searched like a certain flower and I got the wrong flower in the search result, but it was better than what I had imagined anyways. And so that's kind of like what I'm getting from this. So apply that how it resonates for you. Yeah, like there's just, that's really interesting. Let's just keep going. I like the colors on that card. They go well together. What else can you tell us? Ooh, goodness, see my crappy shuffle skills coming out. What else can you tell us for group 2 about what they're going through, what they're gonna go through for 3 months? Spiritually, metaphysically, their dreams. I think part of this, what you're going through for the next 3 months, is identifying certain aspects, like how I said I was doing shadow work before I knew it had a name. So that could be something that's happening. You're able to identify. That's kind of what Bina does. She identifies things for us. I'm starting to get like real crappy here. Okay, we have the Emperor, Divine Masculine. Very cool artwork. There's some kind of silence. I mean, I did say you're walking away from the spiritual in some aspect. So there's silence here. He's giving me Odin vibes, even though he's not Odin. Yeah, I'm getting silence, honestly. I'm not gonna force that. So there's something to contemplate here. I'm also getting it as like a figure watching over you. You have this masculine figure. It could be God. I mean, obviously God's always watching, but like maybe there's an ancestor or there's a deity or a God or somebody, a guru, somebody in the waking life, somebody in your dream world. They're just watching. A guardian. I'm not sure why they're watching though. It's kind of like I'm getting a visual of like training, like martial arts training, and then the sensei is just sitting on his throne just watching. Like he's judging, but not like judging to like hate on you or anything, but judging your moves, judging your skill. That's why there's silence. So that could also be you in an aspect, just watching, just seeing what happens. yourself or other people or your dreams or your waking life, whatever, you're just kind of like taking a step back. We got the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords can be silent too, but she's always thinking. She has all the answers. She really does. She knows it all. She's thought it all. She's contemplated it all. She's got great memory. Okay, and we have the Four of Wheels. Things are being put to rest here. It's like, it's interesting how there's silence. There's movement, there's activity. It's not loud. It's not necessarily noticeable, but it's silent. It's like moving in silence. Okay. These cards are meant to be the spiritual aspect of you, but I feel like there's such a intertwining, especially if you are walking away from a spiritual practice of any kind, religion, anything related, anything you can think of that's related. Okay. It's just like a moment of silence. Putting things to rest. There could just be a major ending in the next 3 months. It doesn't have to be spiritual. Just something. It's a completion though. If you look at this card, this person's walking away from all these cups, but look, they're stacked. It's not like he knocked them over and walked away. It's not like there's unfinished business here. There's definitely finished business. And it's going to remain like this undisturbed until you get back. But like I said, the longer you're away, the more restless these cups are going to be. And those cups are your feelings and your emotions and your dreams and your aspirations and your connection to the divine. They might as well overflow if you spend too long away, and then you're going to have to clean it up. And it's going to be like, I told you so. At the same time, you are safe enough and able enough to move away from something that's not serving a purpose for you, for whatever that purpose may be at this moment in time. If you do want to walk away for good, maybe you have to. I mean, a lot of people are watching this, and everyone's karma and experiences are different, so apply it how it resonates. If you feel like you gotta walk away from good, then walk away for good. But just know, if you walk away for good and you try to come back, I don't think it's gonna look good. Okay, at the same time, I feel like with the Queen of Swords here and the Emperor, you have a lot of wisdom and knowledge and you skill. Like you've got a great practice going. You got, this, you just know it, right? If you're religious, like, maybe you can recite verses from the Bible, like, no problem, like, or whatever, whatever your religion is. It just, like, you have a lot of wisdom. You have a lot of Bina. Queens rule Bina. The Emperor, he's on one of the paths. I'm not gonna know because I don't. How many are there? There's too many for me to remember. 11 paths? See, I can't even remember. I should know this stuff because I'm practicing. I'm not practicing as much as I would like to because I'm going through so much, but I pick up on shit as I go along. Also with this card, it's like saving something for a rainy day, because if you notice, he's got a box. Okay, he's like putting, I'm getting, at least in this reading, he's putting something away. There's a lot of silence. Okay, there's a lot of silence because there's a lot of knowing. There's a lot of inner knowing. I don't need to tell you, you already know. You know, he's blindfolded. There's a lot of like, yeah, just, it's very interesting energy I'm picking up on. So I think I'm gonna end the tarot portion here. I really feel like I've said all I needed to say. Because it says angel anger, watch your anger. Even if you don't have anger issues, maybe you could just like feel a lot within you, and maybe you're not able to identify it as anger. Okay, or maybe you don't identify it as anger, like you don't think that's angry. Like maybe you think anger is something more external or something, or however you may view anger, it may not be what you think. Okay, you could actually have a lot of anger and not even know it. Especially if you're like, if you're not an angry person, especially if you're very passive, and like if you're like a Libra or anything and you like to keep the peace, and you can build up a lot of internal anger without even realizing it. All right, so that concludes the tarot part of this reading. I'm gonna pull a talisman for you now. Okay, there's sigils on these cards. If you want, you can draw them and keep them with you and do what you do. I'm not here to tell you how to. We're just gonna take that. I'm not gonna tell you how to do all that, because it's not. We're not here to do that. But basically, these are just like, it's just like a talisman. It's just like good luck. Talisman generally work with the planets. Okay. But overall, they're designed to just, it's magic, basically. They're just designed to bring forth some energy into your life that maybe is lacking, okay? And we have leadership. I love that. We got like the seed of life. Here in these images, the seed of life. People like to call it the flower of life, but that's not the flower, that's the seed. It's a common mistake. Leadership, and look how calm and chill this tiger is. How unbothered. Alright, so let's see what the book says. And as I look at the clock, it's 12:12. I'm sorry if you're tired of synchronicities, but they're just gonna keep happening. You don't have to screenshot them. You don't gotta write it down. You don't gotta think about, oh, they say like, whenever you see numbers, like, they say, like, what are you thinking about in that moment? And it's like, half the time I'm thinking about something shitty. So, like, what does that angel number mean? In confirmation that shit is shitty? Like, that's not cool. So, yeah, it's just, I just see it as, like, right timing, basically. I try not to think too hard. I got thousands of screenshots of the time because I always just be catching it. All right? And it's not just on my phone, though. I see it everywhere. But, like, if it's on my phone, I'm going to screenshot it. And it's like, what am I going to do? Like, I have all these screenshots on my hard drive. I have all this shit stored away. Like, what am I going to do with this? I'm just going to delete these one day. Anyways. Leadership. You have been placed in a situation where you have to take the lead. This newfound responsibility can be frightening, but it offers you an opportunity to see your vision come to life. Set boundaries and focus on the bigger picture. You're able to bring up the spirit of those around you, and you see their potential. You have the confidence, decisiveness, empathy, and insight that inspires others. In the course of your life, you have gained valuable experience and respect, and now it's your chance to offer guidance. Ego battles are no match for you. You have mastered self-discipline and creative humor and have let go of the need to micromanage the small stuff. Before I move forward, I forgot to show the sigil for leadership. So if you want, you can draw that if you like. Otherwise, just kind of like admire it. You don't have to do anything, honestly. You know, I actually don't advise people to just randomly do things like that. Like, you know, it's like tarot readings. Like, I take this shit seriously because I'm communing with spirits, and that's not an easy task. Anyways, Talisman Power. Use this card whenever you need help believing in your leadership skills. You can also use it when you experience difficulties as a parent or head of a social group or organization. Envision the stamina of the tiger and channel his firm but gentle spirit. Take a few deliberate steps ahead and allow the doubts to dissolve. I offer guidance. So, I love that. I love it because it's like, tigers are fierce, right? They're intimidating, they're big, they're leaders, but, you know, they're still cats, you know? They're still a cat. So, you know what? I love working with spirit animals. Maybe that's a spirit animal for you to work with, this tiger. Maybe they already are your spirit animal, or maybe you're born in the year of the tiger. Either way, like, that's something you could also like tap into. Like, look up, if you don't know anything about spirit animals, I love working with them. So just like, you look them up and you read about them. Just read everywhere and just pick up on what you like. And you know, they guide you, they offer guidance, they help you embody. They're like archetypes. They help you embody an aspect of yourself that maybe is missing, or there's room for it. So, all right, group 2, and thank you for watching this reading. If I ever said group 3 before for this reading, I'm sorry. You guys are group 2. You're the 3rd reading I'm recording, so that's probably why I'm getting my numbers confused. But that concludes this reading. So that was your forecast for the next 3 months. And yeah, that's really it. I wish you all the best. I do feel like something will come of this. Maybe we'll have to come back and do another tarot reading in 3 months and see where we're at. You could also book a private reading with me on my Etsy shop. So if you would like to get more insight, especially 3 months from now, to kind of like see what's going on, or even a couple months from now, like whatever, whenever you want one, I'm here for you. I'd be happy to give a private reading, and that way we can really look into you instead of other people who are also watching this, right? So that concludes your reading. Thank you so much for making it to the very end. I really appreciate it. Please like this video if you haven't, subscribe if you're not, share it with somebody that you think might benefit from this, and, you know, leave a comment if you feel called to leave a comment. Otherwise, I'm very grateful for your presence, and thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. And take care. I'll see you in the next video. Blessings, group 3, and for those of you who picked Forest, my name is Cassandra, and today I will be your tarot reader. So this reading will be a 3-month forecast for you to look into what you could expect to come up in the next 3 months. This reading is recorded in August 2024, so there's going to be a stronger emphasis on here at the end of 2024. However, you can watch this reading at any time, you know, and apply how it works. Maybe you can watch it later and look back at the end of 2024, or you can watch it later and it's gonna show you the next 3 months from the time you're watching the video. Either way, you know, these readings are timeless, so, you know, watch when you feel called to do it, right? So we're gonna look at oracle cards from the Angelarium Oracle decks, and we're gonna get archetypal energy with that, themes of the next 3 months for you. Then we'll move into the tarot. We'll look at your physical world, and then we'll look at your inner spiritual world, and at the end we'll wrap it up with a Talisman Oracle. Okay, some extra like good luck there. And if you feel called to look at other or watch other readings, you're more than welcome to pick more than one in this reading. I have other videos on my channel. If you haven't checked them out already, please feel free to do that. Also, I only mentioned for one other group, but I offer private tarot readings. I haven't recorded the intro, so I'll just probably put it in the intro, but I do offer private tarot readings. If you're interested, you may book a private reading with me. In the month of August 2024, I'm running a sale on everything in my Etsy shop, so feel free to book a reading. However, there is a code in the description for 25% off a tarot reading of your choice that you book with me on my Etsy shop. So look in the description for that code and make sure you put it in at checkout so you can get that percentage off, okay? And so I think that's it as far as announcements go. And this reading's a long time coming. I've been wanting to do it since the beginning of July, but I haven't been able to with everything going on. And now I'm finally able to. So I'm so excited that I'm finally here. I wasn't going to record all readings at once in one day, but here I am. I'm doing it. So far they've all been like an hour long. So I'm sorry if that's too long for you. You know, you can come back. Otherwise, just, you know, put some headphones in and let's go do some dishes or something. I don't know. And yeah, and you know, I got your attention for the next hour, I suppose. I'll try to make it shorter if I'm able to, but you know, I'm just gonna do what I'm called to do. So far, so good. You guys are the last reading that I'm doing, so let's make the most of it. Let's make the best of it. All right. And the picture I picked for you guys, forest, I don't know why, but I'm like, I need to pick like an autumn picture or like a snow picture, because originally that's not what I envisioned, but then like the vibe I was getting from this group was like, yeah, like snow, autumn, like seasonal, transitional, like a forest, you know, like that's what I was picking up on. So let's see what Angelarium Oracle of the Fallen have for you. So these are fallen angels, like I've mentioned in the other readings. I know a lot of times they're seen as like demons, and demons are evil, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think all demons are evil in the sense that, I mean, these guys were once angels, so they were saints at one point, right? What happened? Why are they not holy anymore? You know? So, like, I don't think that's inherently bad. Like, there's one angel that is fallen because he taught humans astrology. Like, how is that? What? That's fucked up. He deserves a place in your little hierarchy. What's going on here? I don't know. That could just be, like, patriarchal fucking Western suppression of the spiritual, because we all know that's was going on for, you know, a couple thousand years. Not naming any names on which religion's doing that, but, you know, they wanted to, I don't know why they did that. I guess, you know, they say we're in Kali Yuga. I've seen other videos where people have said we're not in Kali Yuga, we're in something else that I can't think of right now. But supposedly Kali Yuga, it's like the darkest of dark times for humanity. So there's that disconnect from the spiritual. But like, look at us now. We're in 2024 doing tarot readings on YouTube. So like this, the spiritual's no longer in the dark. So this is really interesting because I got this card for group 2, and it's off. I'm guessing AF, Angel of Anger. So that's interesting. It came out. If you were drawn the group 2, maybe go look, but we'll see what happens, because I don't see how this reading would be the same as them. They had a very, very interesting reading, to say the least. So we'll see what comes up. Don't know if they're going to be the same. I mean, group 1 and 4 connected somehow. Yeah, I won't go into it, but they connected, so maybe it's only inevitable that 2 and 3 connect, because that's just how like my readings go for some reason. I kind of feel like people are picking more than one group, and that's why that's happening. Okay, well, we got 2 cards. I'm okay with that. So excuse me, let me go get the one that fell on the floor. Get that pigeon, Smokey. My cat's preying on the pigeons outside. I got a bird feeder up, so like all the birds show up. She's just sitting at the window ready to bounce. Like, yeah, you do your thing. You're never going to get them, but do your thing. All right, so from the Oracle of Emanations. Sorry, I didn't show it. Oracle of Emanations. Another Angelarium deck. We have Netzach. I And I'm not saying that right. I heard someone else say Netzach, but that's not how you pronounce it. Right leg endurance. So this is Sephira on the Tree of Life. Can't tell you the number. 8, 9, 8. 1, 2, 3, 6. It's 6, something like that. I'm sorry. I should know these things. You know, when I do tarot readings, like all my Kabbalah, like knowledge just goes right out the window. The next one we have is Malkut. Okay. Ground the kingdom. Okay. So even if you don't know anything about Kabbalah, that's fine. But Malkut's on the Tree of Life. It sits at the bottom in the kingdom. That's where essentially we reside, right? Where the light, the divine spark comes down the tree, goes through all the Sephira, goes through all the paths, goes right down to Malkut to where we are. Okay. So let's see what we got here. So there's activations in these two Sephira for you. Okay, you got the Angel of Anger. You know, it's interesting because, like, this is like the third time I've pulled this card for somebody. In your case, a couple people are probably watching. And, like, I don't get, like, the anger vibes you think you would get from pulling that. It feels like it's internal. Like, I feel like a lot of it's, like, not external anger. And that's why it's showing up like this. Like, this guy's struggling, to say the least. Like, I feel like it's internal. Like, it's self-inflicted in the sense that, like, there's not so much anything external causing this. It's more like something within you. Interesting. And I don't think I've ever got Netzach. That's also a very interesting design. These ones are very interesting. These are made by the same artist, and I will say that, like, the artwork for the new deck, the Oracle of the Fallen, this is brand new. It came out this year. The artwork is, like, it's still really good all around, but, like, these are, like, really good. Like, the artists, like, really did themselves. All right. And the Malkut. So because my knowledge is slipping me, what does Netzach represent? I gotta pull out my book. I'm sorry, like, this shit slips my mind every time I do a reading. I don't know why. And I think it's because I'm channeling, and then, like, that's still not an excuse. Victory. Huh. It's 7, too. Tiferet 6. See, it's so embarrassing, because that's, like, what my whole... Whatever. I'll get it right. Because I will say, I am a student myself. And I don't mean to talk about myself in your reading. I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to, like... Let's just keep going. I'm sorry. So, AF, or off. Angel of Anger. Wow, I pulled up right to the page. All right. Af was not granted great strength, stature, or wisdom, but his resolve was unshakable. He taught men the fight, not with their hands, but with their hearts. He took to the training ground every day, outlasting all who joined him. The struggle fueled him, pushing his skill and creativity in combat. Though he was valued as a teacher most of the time, his tendency to publicly dominate his students terrified many. His domain is compulsion, confusion, and pain. The card meaning. It is easy to see the clear danger that comes with naked anger. Be careful, as avoidance is rarely an option. The relentless nature of this persona can only be countered with empathy, which is its weakness. Consider the ways in which your own insecurities might be inadvertently nourishing feelings of malice hiding in your shadow. Okay, so now let's read Netzach. Netzach. The 7th emanation, the force that resists. Stalwart in the face. Stalwart? I've never seen that word before. Stalwart. Stalwart in the face of adversity. This great leader carries us forth through our darkest times. Netzach is the strength to endure regardless of suffering. When we feel that we have reached our limits and yet new strength continues to emerge, we find the embrace of Netzach. With any increase in force, he too grows stronger. Each challenge is met with equal vigor. The green orb is both the weight of a great boulder upon our shoulders and the strength needed to carry it. Supporting the pillar of mercy, Netzach is the closest we get to the base of the tree before merging back into the middle. His station is one of constant stress and strain, supporting the weight of the tree by pressing back upward against it. You can find Netzach in victory, exercise, and leadership. Okay, now let's look at Malkuth, the 10th and final emanation, the physical world in which we live, the domain of mankind. Malkuth is the emanation of emanations, the culmination of the many aspects that form the tree of life. Everything from our bodies to the experiences we have in them to the world in which we exist is Malkuth. The infinite space that expands across the universe is a manifestation of her. The boundless prismatic orb holds all the colors of the universe. At the feet of the tree, the ground stretches outward, forming a base. This is a space where Malkuth exists. She is beyond just being the lowest point. She is the foundation itself. Being the lowest that we may experience every moment in our lives, Malkuth contrasts clearly with Keter, whose existence is marked by its total unknown ability. As with all things in the tree, one mirrors the other, forming a complete continuum through which we can understand the boundaries of existence. You can find Malkuth in the earth, our bodies, and home. Okay. Oh, okay. So I definitely feel you are carrying something. It doesn't have to be anger. There was like confusion and pain involved in this, and then the other word I can't remember right now, but you know, and Netzach is it represents victory, but it's definitely it's a harsh one for me personally when I like in my studies as Saphira. Like I know it's usually the pillar of severity that's like, oh, that's all the heavy duty stuff, but like Netzach, I don't know, there's something always about it where it's just like, I don't know about that guy, like I don't know about that Saphira. And I think maybe because with the victory like comes perseverance. Like you have to keep going if you want to succeed. Like you can't just like be passive and win. I mean, if that's the way to win the game, sure, but for the most part, like you gotta go through it in order to like get to it. Okay, and then Malkuth is that's just where we are. You know, that's just I see it as like a grounding experience for you. It could be something that you're really focused on right now, or grounding practices. I also get a sense of like perfection, so you could be perfecting something in your life in the next 3 months. I try not to focus on the spiritual, but because I am so highly spiritual and like tarot is such a spiritual thing, you know, it's something to talk about. So if I do talk about like, oh, this is your spiritual life, or like this is like, you can, it doesn't have to be like that. You could just apply it to whatever resonates. Like it could literally just be like, I don't know, doing the dishes. Like what's so spiritual about doing the dishes, right? But it could just be something like that where it's like you find something grounding in that experience. You know, you I guess doing the dishes can be kind of grounding because you have to slow down and stand there and stuff like that. And so like, and then you're cleaning, so it's like there's this purification process happening, you know, if you want to look at it like that. So yeah, it could also just be like grounding yourself in ways that you're not like trying, you know what I mean? Like you're not like, I'm gonna, you know, meditate and envision like a red orb around me to heal my root chakra, you know, like you don't have to do that in order to be spiritual or tune into spirit. Like you could just, like I said, do the dishes, mow the lawn, read a book or something, and that can ground you, that can bring you back to a place of peace and, I want to say, divinity for some reason, you know, just a place of like a sacred space. So yeah, that could be a theme for the next 3 months, is something about a sacred space, whatever that space may be, wherever that space is. So let's go ahead and pull the tarot and see what we can get for you. Let's see what's coming up. Okay, and like I've mentioned all other times, my shuffling's really mid. I definitely have a skill issue with shuffling. Some of you are probably like, what are you talking about? But like, I'm a Capricorn, so I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna feel some type of way. We have the 10 of Wands, and don't worry, I shuffled the cards before, so we're just pulling basically. 10 of Wands reversed. So on one aspect, somebody's denying responsibility. Somebody is like, I'm not doing that. Like, you can't fucking pay me to do that. That's what I'm getting. So someone's really stubborn. There could be a lot of stubbornness, and that's where like some of this anger can come from. I mean, like, that's a skill issue. Like, talk about skill issue. I'm sorry, I don't mean to diss. You know, I'm just bringing light to the situation by joking about it. You know, because we're all human. And we have the High Priestess. And so, yeah, like, there could be something that, like, you... If anything, there's, like, a denial of some kind. And it's likely you. I don't think it's other people. But careful of gaslighting if that's the case, because then, yeah, there could be other people denying something, and they're gaslighting. They're, maybe there's people denying your spirituality, your inner knowing, because that's the High Priestess here. You want to be careful that you're not denying this, because it's not good. I've mentioned in another group about, I won't get into the story, like how I did with them, but I think it was group 2 where I was saying, like, yeah, you know, I've put my spiritual, I walked away from my spiritual for a bit, and I lost it all. I lost my psychic ability. I mean, I was still, like, intuitive, but, like, I wasn't connected to the spirits like I used to. Like, I used to see spirits. I used to see ghosts. I used to feel things touching me, like, all the time. Like, my shoulders, my head, and, like... And then, like, one day I just, like, I can't do this anymore, and give it up. And I gave it up. I came back, and now, you know, I'm here doing tarot readings again. I used to do tarot when I was much younger. And like, now I feel the shit. My head gets itchy. I feel like something touching my shoulder sometimes when I do tarot readings. Like, yeah, like, the psychic is back. And so you don't want to deny it to the point of where it just doesn't exist in your life anymore. Okay, because I don't see how that would do you any good. It didn't do me any good. All right. I mean, I guess it was necessary for my path and my dharma at the time, but it's not going to do any good with the 10 of Wands, because that's a lot of sticks you're going to have to pick back up. Okay, if you put those sticks down, that's a lot you're going to have to pick back up. I mean, you're already carrying them. You might as well keep going. So if it's not a denial thing, it could also just be you're just overwhelmed. You're ready to give up. You're ready to just quit, white flag, like, I'm done. I surrender. Maybe at the same time, you need to surrender to the divine, because that's another way this comes in, is if you surrender. Okay. And surrender, I know, like, sometimes people, like, oh, don't surrender, don't give up. But sometimes you gotta give up. What was that saying? Something about something, give God, give to God. You know, like, basically it was just something about, like, giving up and then, like, you know, give it to God, basically. Let God, not, like, let God figure it out, but, like, just know that you're divinely protected, you're in good hands, you're, you know, everything's good. I also get a sense that, like, you're connecting with someone who's very spiritual, very psychic, maybe. So if it's not you picking, like, developing more intuition. I feel like there's someone in your life who's like saying all these really profound things, and it could be someone you know personally or someone on the internet. It could even, like, maybe someone's showing up in your dreams and like telling you stuff, and maybe you forget most of it, but like it's just the fact that they're there, and it's like the same person showing up in your dreams every time. If they have any similarities to you, it could be your higher self. If you want to meet your higher self in your dream, you can do that. So the way I met my higher self is every night before I went to sleep, I just asked, I would like to meet my higher self in my dream. And I did that for like 3 nights, and then she showed up. And the way she appeared to me in my dreams, she looked like me and all my sisters put together. Yeah, she just looked like me and my sisters put together. It's like 6 of us plus my brother. And like that's what she looked like. And it was very clear as day to me. Like I clearly saw her face. She was looking at me. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but in dreams, people don't really look at you and you really can't see faces. When you do see eyes and faces looking at you, I really feel that like that's either an entity or a person or a spirit or a guardian, whoever it may be. I believe those are actual like people in the sense of like they exist, whether in the physical or in the spiritual, they exist. And so if you see a face, yeah, I saw their face clear as day, and then she had this long hair, very long hair, and it was flowing like a waterfall, but it wouldn't get any longer. It would just flow like a waterfall, like it was like animated. So that's how I saw my higher self in my dream. And then she showed up a few more times after that and then went away eventually. So that's something you can do. Okay, so either way, I feel like you know, you're being, there's somebody here like watching over you. It's not like they're watching over you, they're guiding you. I don't see this as watching over. They're guiding you towards something. They're obviously guiding you towards yourself, but there's also like something really profound here. So it doesn't have to be like all deep and spiritual. It could literally just be like your teacher in college, your professor points something out to you and it's like so profound, right? Like it could be really simple like that, okay? Really simple. Or it could be, it really depends on who you are and the kind of life you live, right? Because not everyone who watches tarot is like super tapped in. That's kind of like why they're watching. And so I guess I don't want to take those. I was too distracted. So yeah, maybe they'll come back out. I don't know what they were, but usually if there's a card I don't want to take and I see it or I recognize the back of it, like this one's got, I don't know if you can see. This is the 2 of Cups because of that little thing. Yeah, sometimes it comes back out in my readings. If you see my readings before, you'll know that cards jump back out. Okay. Speaking of jump, we got the 3 of Cups that jumped out. So I like this because it's like Group 2 had this card, and there is good and bad to it, but they had a really very different reading from you. So I like this because it's a little more uplifting, although I do feel like Group 2 will find that uplifting just later. I feel like the next 3 months could just be a time of obviously celebration, as the card suggests. A card, it could be unity with yourself, with others. There's a triplicity here. The triplicity is the goddess in all forms and all, not every religion, but like the goddess, like capital G goddess, like she's got a triplicity form. She always comes in 3s. That's just how it is. Even if you don't see it, or even if it's not talked about, it's just like, it's just a fact, right? You know, it's this Cancer energy. There's a lot of feminine energy. And so I feel like some of you are graduating. I know it's here at the end of 2024. I think there's graduations in December, right? Maybe you're starting, if you're in school, you're starting. Obviously, we went back to school already, or you're about to go back to school if you haven't yet already. There's something here, though, where it's like, there's a completion. Either you're starting the journey now or you're completing the journey now. One of the two. And I just see a lot of fulfillment. So even though we're like denying or walking away or maybe feel like giving up, there's still like, there's all this good. And maybe that's why you shouldn't give up or deny. Like, don't put those sticks down. Trust me, you don't want to do that. Because so far things look pretty good, pretty decent. So let's see what else, if we can get anything. I mean, of course we can get something, but you know, it's interesting because I feel like there's this easygoing energy with you guys, with those who picked Forest. Okay, we got the Hierophant. It's definitely a transitional phase, like I mentioned before with the Forest and picking like an autumn. It's like late autumn, early winter-ish kind of vibes, at least in the picture. That's what I get. And we are going to head into autumn here in the next month, if you're watching this in August or September 2024. We have the Hierophant. So we have the Hierophant and the High Priestess. That's divine masculine, divine feminine. So the High Priestess is more about the ethereal, the higher consciousness, the stream of consciousness, and the Hierophant is more about like earthly matters. Okay, that's why you see him, he's teaching to these two guys down here, and then she's just like by herself. But if you see her robe, and it's very much like Virgin Mary energy with the blue and white. You see her robe down here at the bottom flowing. It starts to look like a waterfall in a river, right? This river flows throughout the major arcana. Okay, so that's whenever you see the river, at least in the major arcana, maybe the others, that is her. That is the High Priestess. So like in the Empress, you see the river and then there's a waterfall. On the High Priestess, it is on the Empress. It is the High Priestess coming through. That is her stream of consciousness, her flow of consciousness. Okay, so she's very tuned into the higher spiritual. It's like wisdom and stuff you can't achieve unless you go there. Whereas the Hierophant, it's more like he's been there, but he's here to ground it. He's here to make it practical. He's here to teach ritual in the sense of like, you know, what to do, what not to do, what's good, what's bad kind of thing. Like, you know, in this card, that's the Pope headdress. And then this is what, like, Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox Christianity, right? So it's like an interesting mix. I mean, this is occult imagery. There's like a lot of stuff going on here. And these cards, it's like a mix of everything, Christianity, Kabbalah, I'm sure other things. So like, yeah, basically there's like this, I get this union. So we have the High Priestess, the Three of Cups, and the Hierophant. So there's like a marriage of some sort here. So you could quite literally be getting married. But also just there's like a union between the higher and the lower, the feminine and the masculine, the spiritual and the physical. Okay? You know, and 2 makes 3, right? What is that math equation? 1 + 1 = 3? Because you have 1 and 1. I don't know. Is that what it is? 1 and 1 makes 3. I forget how they explained it. But that's like what it is here. You know, 1 and 1 together make a 3, make a third. Yeah, so maybe some of you are pregnant as well. Otherwise, there's just this union, this marriage of some sort happening in the next 3 months. This, I feel like if you're denying, if you want to give up, you're not going to. I feel like you're on the brink of something here of like giving up. At least that's like the vibe I'm getting. But like you're literally on the verge of a breakthrough, because there's major breakthroughs happening with these cards. I mean, as you should, because with Netzach and Malkut, it's like all I can think about is a breakthrough. Let's see what else we can get for you guys in the next 3 months. cute. We got the Hierophant. I liked how that came out. Yeah, so you're on a path right now. You're on your path. You're focused on, you know, this divine union happening in front of you. But if I can deviate away from the spiritual, because this is meant to be the physical reality, and I don't mean to make all my readings about the spiritual, but that's just how I operate. Again, I'm getting like graduation, like mastery. You're mastering something. You're the degree, a promotion, anything like that, where you're becoming a master. You're becoming a master of your own craft, of yourself. Okay, I feel like some of you, maybe I'm getting something about AA meetings. Maybe some of you are recovering addicts and you're like reached a milestone in your recovery process. You know, so it could be anything like that, to where you've gone through some shit and you overcame, and now you're here. Because the Hermit is a master of sorts. This is Virgo energy. Virgo is like total mastery, right? I would even say more so than a Capricorn, because most of the times Capricorn's faking it till they make it. So is Taurus. Taurus is definitely faking it till they make it. No diss, all right? That's the archetypes, not so much the people, the archetypes. And that's how I see it. So somebody might take offense, but I do have a Taurus sister who said, you know, she faked it until she made it, and now she's fucking got a big ass house. So like it works, right? If you got the right energies, the right tools, the right confidence, you can fake it till you make it. But I mean, you want to know something about whatever it is you're faking, because then you're gonna get called out for it. And you know, we all know what happened to Drake, right? So anyway, so yeah, like there's just mastery here. It is a self-mastery, not so much over others. And it's interesting because the Angel of Anger, like they're saying in the book how like they're just like the best, you know, they're a master. They combine all their skills together. They're very competitive and that sort of thing. So that's like what I'm getting here. You just want to be careful. Only because the Ten of Swords are reversed. There's like, you want to take caution. Look before you leap. Watch your step. Also, like, don't give up. I feel like that's so cliche, but like, you know, like, just don't, I guess don't look back. I'm also hearing something about breaking a fall. Maybe you're on the verge of collapse and something or someone or yourself broke your fall, and now you're just like, or not now, but within the next 3 months. I'm sorry, because I'm reading this like it's happening right now, but this shit's gonna happen over 3 months, okay? But yeah, this, like, because this is where you go to. This is the progression. These are the experiences along the way. Okay. I will admit it can be a little difficult to read when there's a lot of major arcanas. But I feel like with you guys, there's just such an inner knowing going on. I'm getting an inner compass. Yeah, I'm not getting anything else. Sometimes I feel like the reading's not enough, but that's because I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just channeling and tapping in and tuning in. And so, like, I'd be like, I don't even know what the hell I'm saying. And then people are like, oh my God, this is so accurate. You know, I'm not mocking anybody, but like, it's so accurate. A lot of people like to say it's scary accurate. Like, that's like my #1 compliment. It's how scary accurate. So a lot of times I'm reading, like, I don't know what I'm saying, and then someone tells me this is like everything, like this is exactly what they're going through. It's like, oh, okay. Well, that's probably why I don't know what I'm talking about, because I don't know what you're going through. So, you know what I mean? Because I said that, it's like, you got to trust what comes up. I got to trust my readings when I'm just talking like this. I got to trust that I'm saying the right things to the right people. And if I'm not, that's fine. That it's not a private reading, so I'm not too concerned about it. But you know, like it is that inner knowing. It's so powerful. The High Priestess, the Hierophant, the Hermit. It's like total self-mastery. Like, you can't get more self-mastered than this. All right, so I'm just gonna end it there as far as your physical reality overall. Like, apply it to whatever area of life this resonates, because it could be any area. There's just a self-mastery happening. Okay, so now let's pull from the the Tarot of the Golden Wheel. This is meant to look at the spiritual side of things. So this is, if anything, this is going to be more internal. People aren't going to see this kind of stuff. People, unless I say otherwise, are more likely to see it. Or it's more like physical, like you have to take action. So let's look at the more inner world, the metaphysical world, even the dream world. And I feel like your dreams are important, because I did mention like meeting people in your dreams, or seeing someone in your dream and seeing their face and their eyes looking at you. And that's how you know somebody's with you. The Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I think that's why, another reason why I'm having a hard time picking up on stuff, is because, you know, with the Wheel of Fortune, it's one of those cards where it's like, the wheel of fate is spinning. Fortuna is the deity residing over this card in the tarot. Lady Fortuna, Lady Fortune. Traditionally, it's like a wheel with a sphinx thing. It's not exactly a sphinx, I forget what it's called, on top of the wheel, and they're the ones spinning it. There's like this whole occult thing, whole history. Whenever I finally do tarot, like when I go over the tarot cards and explain what the cards mean, that's one of the things I'll bring up. I wasn't able to like complete that series, whatever, shit's been going on. So anyways, Wheel of Fortune. So know that you're going in the right direction, because the wheel of fate is spinning. Okay. And I love this card because they're weaving. And it reminds me of the three fates. I believe Greek mythology, the three fates that, I don't know if all of them weave, at least one of them weaves. They weave your fate. I think they also have that string. It's like a red, or it's a glowing string. You see it in Hercules, in the Disney movie Hercules, the cartoon. You know, they try to cut his string. Interesting enough, the three ladies in the underworld, I don't know who they were, but I'm sure they're real deities. They're kind of like the three fates, I guess. And like they try to cut his, spoiler, if you've ever seen Hercules, the Disney movie, the cartoon, they try to cut Hercules' string and they couldn't, because he's a god. You can't kill a god. You know, but they can cut all the mortal strings and stuff. And so that's like the same thing as what they got going on, basically. Then we have the King of Wheels. So we have the Wheel of Fortune, and then we go right into the King of Wheels. More self-mastery I'm getting here. Just more like self-reliance. And not so much like self-reliance to the point where you only have yourself, but it's like, you know, you can get it done. You know how to face adversity. Like you've been there, you've done that. It's not as serious as you think it is, and you know that. Like from experience, you're like, you know, let's say for example, like you get nervous before you're doing something, but you've done it before, or it is something new. So like I started a job recently, and I was really nervous for like the first 2 weeks. I would get really sick, like to my stomach, but I'm just like, everything's fine. Like I'm not even freaked out or anything. I just feel it, right? And it's just because I was doing something new and something going into unknown territory. Okay, and so I feel like even when that happens for you, going into like unknown territory, I don't know what I said, You can get like nervous. It's like stage fright. Before you get on a stage, you're nervous, but you've done it before, and you know, you're able to like identify things like that, you know. Whereas before, maybe years ago, that would have overwhelmed you. Maybe you would have called in sick to work because you're like, I'm nervous, I don't want to go. Like, you got scared, right? Now, like, I'm getting like, you're not scared anymore. You're not afraid of the dark because you know you are the light. Okay, and so like that's what's happening here. You're not afraid to walk through the forest because you are the light. You are the forest. Okay, and then we have the Hierophant again. Whew. Okay, so maybe you guys, some of you guys are heading into this kind of position of authority, but it's spiritual, religious authority. So maybe somebody here is becoming a priest, which would be very interesting that you're watching this if that's the case. You know, just so you know, it's not blasphemy. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with this. It's not evil to do tarot. I guess it depends on the person reading and what kind of, you know, whatever, what kind of intentions they have, but you can trust me here. I'm just connecting to spirit for you. It's really nothing more than that. So the Hierophant twice. Let's put them side by side so you can look and observe for yourself. Because that's the thing about tarot. It's really just, you learn all the meanings of the cards, and if you want to get into detail, you can learn like what these little, like they have like Y's on their back. I'm sure that means something. The flowers, the roses, and the lilies, they all represent stuff. The checkered, whatever. There's all kinds of stuff, right? So you can learn all that, but just looking at the cards should be enough to inspire imagination. You know, it's really how you read cards is you look at the image, and like the first thing that you think about is like, basically, at least that's how I read. I'll have to do a video on how I read tarot cards, but like that's where you get your inspiration from. And you can like notice like small things, you know, like there's like this little design, so like maybe that like really sticks out to you and you have a message about that. Okay, so that's how you look. So I just want to show you guys so that way like maybe there's something you can find for yourself in these cards, because that's, the Hierophant is definitely here for you guys. And I feel like that's something, an archetype you can really step into. That's Taurus energy. Okay. It's, yeah. It's that grounding. It's that bringing things into reality. It's making things more accessible. It's making the spiritual accessible, okay? Whereas the High Priestess, like, not everyone can get to that space, and not everyone wants to, not everyone should, but everyone can come up to the Pope, to a priest, to a spiritual leader, and learn lessons from them, right? And so it's just that archetype is meant to just ground it for people, make it easier to understand, and then people, the average common folk, don't have to go through all the crazy spiritual awakenings and initiations to receive the knowledge of, you know, the divine, essentially. So the way I'm looking at it is like, I feel like you're just satisfied with that sort of stuff. And if it's not, I try not to do the spiritual talk, but like it could be anything in your life where you're satisfied. You're good. You're Gucci. You're, you know, why do I say Gucci in these readings? Somebody's watching and like, that's like the second time I've said that. I'm just like, why am I saying that? It's so corny. I don't know. I'm sorry. If you say it, like, it's not corny. I'm sorry. Just, I feel corny saying it because that's not how I talk. Okay. But maybe somebody here talks like that. They've been here before. Anyway, so let's keep going. Let's get at least, yeah, let's just get one more card. I hope this reading is hitting, because again, like, I don't know until someone tells me. Until I get feedback. Okay, well, I got 2 cards. I'll take it. 7 of Wands. That's that victory. That's that nutsack. Oh, he's got wolves. Ooh, they're kind of scary. Okay. Very proud. There's a lot of pride. There's a lot of strength behind this card. Unbreakable. Unbreakable is what I'm getting. Unbreakable spirit. 6 of Wands. That's another card of victory. Is it the 6 that's victorious? You know, these... I'm so intuitive with my shit. I forget a lot of things. I can't remember what the 7 of Pentacles looked like in the Rider-Waite. But I'm pretty sure it's the 6 where, like, that's the victor. That's where everyone's praising you and celebrating you. But I see this as you just celebrating yourself. Like, I feel like it's, again, that self-mastery. Like, you've overcome a lot. You've gone through a lot. You've learned everything. And, like, you got that degree. You got that license. Whatever it is. Even if you didn't actually do that. Like, whatever it is that you're mastering, you're celebrating yourself. You're patting yourself on the back. And sure, there's definitely other people around celebrating with you, but it's like, it's more self-fulfillment. You weren't doing it for anyone but yourself. And I really love that. I love that because that's very confident of you. That's very self-assured. It's very comfortable. You know, you can rest easy tonight, kind of, you know what I mean? Like, there's no doubt. I mean, there might be, but like, there's really no self-doubt. There's not too much for you to, like, you're not beating yourself up. You're not negative self-talking, at least not enough to bring you down. You know what I mean? Like, I just get a sense of, like, you guys are just very satisfied with the way things are. And maybe that's why you picked Forest, because it's like, you know, I mean, all my images are satisfying, right? Like, all those things are satisfying. But there's something about a forest where it's like, where there's like, for me anyways, it's like there's completion. A forest tells me it's complete because those trees had to start as a seed and grow, and look what they did. They made a whole forest that way. However that evolution happened, who knows? I mean, maybe scientists might know, but regardless, it's like, who knows how you got there, right? Like, you started as a seed and now you've multiplied and you're a whole damn forest, essentially. Like, it's complete. That's how I see it. Like, forests look so complete to me. Like, they did it. You did it. All right? You definitely did it. Self-assured. Also, something about money is really good. I haven't said anything about money to anybody. Money's good. Everything's just fucking good. Like, I feel like we're done. Everything's good. So for the next 3 months, like, this is stuff that's gonna accumulate. So if you don't feel this way now, it's gonna happen. So, like, obviously, if you haven't graduated yet, you know, it's coming. But, like, I think you got it. Like, it's all in the bag. Okay, I think we're good. Let's see what time. We're at the 50-minute mark. We're about there at the hour mark anyways. All right, so let's pull a talisman for you from the Talisman Oracle. And this is just like extra credit, like extra good luck for you. There's sigils on these cards. You're welcome to copy them for yourself. Draw them, write them on a piece of paper, and do something with it. But like I said to the others, I'm not here to tell you how to do that kind of stuff. We're not here to talk about witchcraft. I can't take that many. That's too many. I'm sorry. But here, let me take the one I saw, though, because I think that's what it wanted me to take. And you know what? It goes with this whole thing. Where's that image? Maybe it's not this image. Oh, I'm thinking of something else. All right, whatever. It still goes. Learn the truth. Learn the truth. Let's see what the book says. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Okay, learn the truth. So there's the sigil. If you're into sigils and stuff, do that. If you're not into sigils and don't know anything about it, please don't. Okay? From experience, you don't just want to draw anything and call it a sigil. All right, so learn the truth. We are human and our nature is prone to error, but those errors are opportunities to grow and master a new skill. Sometimes we are unable to see the truth because we compete with ourselves. Our ego doesn't let us move forward. 10 of Wands reversed. Because first, we have to acknowledge our own shortcomings. You know what you have to do, and it's time to sit with the uncomfortable feeling. It's okay if it doesn't feel familiar, because progress happens when we step away from our comfort zone. The truth can be so liberating. See the opportunities that weren't there when you had your eyes closed. The owl will be your guide through the darkness. Talisman power. Use this card when you seek the truth. Meditate on the images when you feel overpowered by a choice you need to make and need clarity. Envision a dark but warm place. See the owl landing right next to you. He is friendly and brings gifts, the fruit of clarity. He wants your attention. Where will he go next? Follow him and discover what path is best for you. My flaws helped me grow, and now I see the truth. Okay. I love it. Very cool. And you know what? I'm really drawn to these berries of some sort. There's some berries. That could mean something for some of you. Okay, so I think that's it for this reading, and I'm going to conclude it and close it. So I hope it resonates. I hope that these next 3 months you're able to, I guess, see some of the stuff in the reading. Otherwise, I'm sorry if it didn't resonate and you've made it this far. But because you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. I greatly appreciate it. And I definitely love performing readings and offering guidance to people who need it. So thank you for allowing me to read for you. Of course, I haven't done the intro, so hopefully I remember to say it. When you watch this video, you consent to me tapping into your energies and that sort of thing. And so I know for the most part, people don't care. They just watch random tarot videos online. But I take this shit seriously. And, you know, I'm going to be exhausted after this because every time I do a tarot reading, my energy's drained. So, yeah, we're just going to end it there. All right, so thank you for watching, and I will catch you guys in the next video. Blessings and welcome everybody. My name is Cassandra, and today I will be your tarot reader. If you picked group 4 or Lavender, then this is your tarot reading. We are going to get a 3-month forecast for you. So we're just going to take a look and see what's going to come up for you in the next 3 months. Of course, this is a timeless tarot reading. However, I may emphasize on the next 3 months from the date that I'm recording this video, which is in August 2024. So I would say that this reading would probably be more powerful during the end of 2024. However, you can watch this at any time, especially if you feel really drawn to this reading. Okay, so we're just going to get started, and I'm going to do things a little differently than I have in the past here on YouTube as far as my reading structures go. So we're going to start with the Oracle cards, and then we're going to head into the tarot. So the Oracle cards are basically going to give us an overall outlook at the next 3 months. It will show and point out the main themes and topics for you, as well as the archetypal energies that you can tap into the next 3 months. I am going to use two Angelarium Oracle decks. We are going to use Oracle of Emanations and Oracle of the Fallen. And I may or may not pull a Talisman Oracle. We'll see. If I do, then I don't know. We'll see. Because I feel like I've got enough cards out already. I mean, 2 Oracle cards is quite a bit. So the first deck we're going to pull from is Angelarium, Oracle of the Fallen. And I love this Oracle deck because the artwork, first of all, is amazing. And then it depicts a lot of fallen angels based on, you know, biblical scriptures, as well as, I'm sure there's other elements to this, not entirely biblical, because there are a lot of archangels, part of the, I guess you could say, archangel pantheon, but they're not mentioned in the Bible. But for some reason they're there, they exist. You know, things don't have to be mentioned in the Bible for them to not exist, right? Especially because there's hundreds of religions. So anyways, we're gonna get a look at what archetypal energy you can tap into here in the next 3 months. And of course, don't be afraid to tap the like button and subscribe if you feel called to. That allows me to not only reach you more, you know, readily, I guess you could say, but it also puts me into the YouTube algorithm for other people to find. You guys have no idea, or maybe you do, know how one like can go quite a distance here on YouTube, so I do appreciate it. Also, leave a comment if you feel called to as well. Okay, so we got 2 oracle decks from the Oracle of the Fallen. So the first oracle we have is, I'm probably going to get this wrong, but Soufflatus. Soufflatus. Angel of Dust. Okay. And then Samshiel, Angel of the Eclipse. All right, so those are going to be some focus for you. Since we have 2, there could be a need for you guys to balance the next 3 months. I feel like there's, and I mean, one of these cards represents the eclipse, the Angel of the Eclipse. And so things can be pretty chaotic, I feel. And then Angel of Dust, without looking at the book and reading the description of what these cards mean, I feel like, you know, with dust and eclipse, I just feel like there's a lot of chaos in your life. If not chaos, there seems to be a lot of uncertainty. You know, I get an image of like a dust cloud and being in the middle of like a dust storm and you can't see anything. And, you know, getting dirt in your eyes really sucks. It's really painful. You know, I can only imagine what a dust storm is like, you know, in the middle of a dust storm. And so that could be what you're feeling right now, like you're in the middle of a dust storm. And with the eclipse, you know, that adds to it because it gets pretty dark when you're in the midst of one. I've never been one, but, you know, I've seen videos. I play this video game called PUBG, and there's like a dust storm on one of the maps. And when it goes over where you are, it gets dark, and it also slows down your character so you can't run and move as fast. So there's a lot of restriction here. And I would say eclipses also bring restriction because essentially the sun is being blocked, right? And so there's a restriction from the sun. There's a restriction of light. So you might not be able to see something very clearly. And so I feel that there's that need for a balance. A need to organize, get things in order. All right, so let's see what we can get from the Oracle of Emanations. And these 2 decks are made by the same artist, the same creator. Part of his series, Angelarium. So let me get a name for you guys. Here we go. Well, the artist is Peter Mohrbacher. Mohrbacher? I'm probably butchering that. If you need the correct spelling, look in the description and I'll have all that for you guys down there. I list all the tarot decks that I use, as well as like everything's in the description that you need. So check that out if you are interested in these decks. Okay, so we got Keter, the crown. So this can signify a new beginning, okay? And Keter is really important because it sits at the very top of the tree of life, okay? So I think you need to, I feel like because I've mentioned the whole dust storm and you're like in the middle of a dust storm and it seems really chaotic, it could be pretty painful. For some of you, you can be experiencing a lot of pain, whether that's physical, emotional, maybe even mental, if that's a thing. Spiritual pain, there's some kind of pain, there's some kind of injury or some kind of suffering. I guess mental pain could be like depression and things like that, where you're struggling with just mental things at this moment. Okay, so Keter at the top of the tree of life is really important because this is where the divine spark enters into the tree of life, and it's how it comes into this world. And so I feel like you need, even though you're in the midst of something here, you need to slow down and be still, be silent, and listen, because you're being given something here with Keter, okay? You're being given some insight and opportunity, but it's not until you slow down and listen and find peace in the chaos will this come in. So this could take 3 months, okay? This could happen right now. Like maybe this tarot reading gives you some insight into something and it just sparks something inside of you. It ignites something inside of you. It gives you some insight, some confirmation for you to move forward. And so that's really important at this time. So let's go ahead and read from the books and see what the booklets say about these oracle cards. So we'll start with the Oracle of the Fallen. Okay. Angel of Dust. In the desert, Soufflatus built a growing collection of halls and spires that cracked through the flatness of the horizon. Every day, men witnessed the angel's latest creations, and each night they cheered as he brought them down. As this cycle became commonplace, the only fanfare came at their destruction. As children, we tear at flowers and rip limbs from trees. It's only later that we learn that these changes are permanent. A thing comes into our world, and then with our own hands, we usher it away, unmaking it. The domain of this card is creation, insects, and destruction. The meaning of this card is, seeing this card is a reminder that we should be careful with what we willfully destroy. For everything we make, something will always need to be unmade. Unmaking with care and purpose is as important as building its replacement. Okay, that's pretty powerful. So there's some destruction here. Again, there, I sense some kind of pain, and pain can be pretty destructive. What's the next card? Sidereal. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Okay. Angel of the Eclipse. When Sidereal taught the cultivation of plants, gone were the days of a nomadic life. This gift rooted people to their land and gave them power. He taught them to watch the sun, to take nourishment from it and make it their own. When the warm months brought work in the fields, Sidereal led the effort. It was easy to spot him out there because his great stature loomed above the other workers, beaming down at them. The time of harvest was always his favorite. He would sing as he swung a huge sheath through the field, flattening the landscape. He swayed and cut throughout the day, working until the sun dimmed over the horizon. The year the rains left, the fields caught fire. With their loss, something left him. He would stand in the scorched remains, looking out over the darkened expanse. He was like a shadow without a body to cast it. The domain is volatility, harvest, and omens. The meaning of this card is something powerful is set to disappear soon. The light will still be there, but you won't have access to it for a time. Keeping the faith when the world is cold can be hard, but it's a worthy cause. Trapped in the moment of an eclipse can feel like a place apart from the rest of reality, but it's an illusion. All right, let's read from the Oracle of Emanations. And we're doing Keter. The crown, spirituality, the first emanation, the first utterance, the font of energy through which Ein Sof emanates into the universe. The crown sits above the head and embodies that which is beyond our comprehension. One must envision Keter not as an object that can be perceived, but as the light that is cast upon it. Keter's light is beyond knowability, a timeless expanse of pure consciousness. Only through respect for our own limitations do we begin to see the shadow of its nature. It is the dark orb beyond which lies the infinite. As the highest point on the tree, all continuums cascade downward from it. Keter stands in a contrast to Malkut, who rests at the very bottom of the tree. The span that lies between them measures the complete distance from the most spiritual to the most physical aspects of our existence. Journeying downward from this point, all other emanations become increasingly close to our present experience. You can find Keter in spiritual epiphany, faith, and humility. Okay, so it seems like you guys have a lot of work to be done. Okay, not only did I mention something about organizing, but it does look like you need to cut away here. So this could be persons, places, or things. I accidentally said purses, so maybe you do have a purse or something, or a purse is of significance here. A bag. I slipped that word. I didn't mean to say it, but maybe that could mean something just because I said it. Okay. Things are pretty dark. Things are pretty, even if you don't sense that, like even if like nothing's going wrong per se, maybe it's just things just feel off and it feels kind of gloomy, kind of dark. So your world doesn't necessarily have to be like dark, like you're alone or you're actually suffering. It can be the case. It really depends on each individual who watches this reading. But either way, I feel, you can look at it as like a metamorphosis, as a time for you to not only rest, recover, but to grow in darkness, to birth something brand new. A lot of things grow in darkness. All the plants grow. Well, for the most part, all plants grow in darkness. They start in the dark soil. Or like a lotus flower, it starts in the mud. And then babies are born in the dark. They grow inside of the mother or they grow inside of an egg. Either way. They always grow in an egg, right? But, let's say like a chicken lays an egg and then that chick grows up inside of that egg. It's made inside of the egg. And either way, it still has to grow in darkness. And it's interesting that I say that, to check eggs, whether it's chickens or ducks or birds, you can do the candlelight test is what they call it. You don't have to use a candle per se, but you basically hold up a light to the egg, like a lighter or a flashlight or a candle, and you see if there's development in the egg. It's also a way to tell if the egg is fertile in the beginning. You will be able to see veins inside the egg, and that's how you know there's a living thing growing inside of the egg. And so maybe that's where this Keter comes in, where you need to shine light on something, or in order for you to see, you have to go through the darkness. Okay, you have to shine this light, or you have to wait for this light to shine on you, essentially. And that could be metaphorical, it could be, very literal for you. Either way, you can't see what's growing inside of that egg because it's dark. It's not until you put up a light to it that you can see, what's inside of it. You could see if there's something growing inside of it. The time I'm recording this, we are in Mercury retrograde season. Saturn's also retrograde, and it's going to be retrograde for pretty much up until November of this year, 2024. And it's not going to come back around to the degrees that it was at before the retrograde until, like, I don't know, I'm going to guess like February. It's definitely not going to happen in January as far as I'm concerned. And so this is like, and Saturn, because I'm mentioning it, you know, can be a dark planet. I know we typically attribute that to Pluto, but Saturn's pretty dark. I mean, he's pretty destructive. And this card here is about destruction as well. I mean, both of them are about destruction. Okay, this one was about growing crops, and then there was a fire that took place and burned everything down. And this was about how we could destroy things without realizing its worth, without realizing the value of it, without realizing, oh, that destruction's permanent, like ripping off a branch from a tree. Sure, that tree can grow its branch back, but it will never grow that branch specifically back. Like, you can't get that back. So that could be a warning or a reminder that whatever you destroy, whatever you get rid of in your life, you know, whatever gets removed out of your life, whether, especially if it's something that you willingly do, make sure that that's what you want to do. Understand that whatever you remove, it could grow back, but it's never going to grow back the same way again. Okay? And so I think that's really important. And I feel something really powerful as I said that. So I do hope that this resonates. I mean, obviously, if this doesn't resonate, you probably would have stopped watching already. Even if it doesn't resonate, maybe stick around a little bit longer, because maybe it'll kick in for you here. And again, this is a 3-month forecast, so who can really know if it resonates until, you know, the 3 months have passed. But for some of you, you can pick up on this stuff pretty early already. So, yeah. That's basically what I'm getting with these guys. You know, they're, again, a balance with removing something out of your life. It's like this dual work. It's like you working with the universe. I mean, we are co-creators, but I feel like it's you working side by side with the universe, hand in hand. Which I guess is like not, you know, I mean, that's what we do already, right? But I feel like this is more, it's more intentional, okay? It's more, there's a lot of self-awareness here I'm getting. So I feel like there's things that you have to destroy, things you have to get rid of, and then the universe is going to do the same. Like, it's going to copy you. I feel like what you do, the universe is going to do as well. Which I know it's like another thing people say, but if you're like me and you believe in determinism, you know, we won't get into that here. You know, then you understand that there's really no such thing as free will, in the sense that everything's been orchestrated from the beginning of time. I mean, even science says that, you know, at the moment of the Big Bang, everything that's meant to come into existence will come into existence from that Big Bang. And so if you look at it that way, everything was written at the beginning of time. However, I could see how maybe free will could exist. I do recommend seeing the show Loki on Disney Plus, especially if you're into Marvel and you've never seen that show, which would be crazy if you're into Marvel and you've never seen that show. I mean, I guess unless you don't have Disney Plus. I highly recommend that show because that's what it's about. It is about determinism, and it is about free will. I won't ruin the movie. Or I guess I ruined it. Whatever. It's been out for years. I'm sorry. But that's essentially what it's about. So you'll have to see the rest of it to really get an idea. But there's this battle between giving people free will or staying the course of determinism, staying the course of what is written and meant to be, or have free will, which you'll find out what happens when people in the Marvel Cinematic Universe have free will. Spoiler, it's pretty destructive, honestly. So yeah, I mean, that could be something else to think about. Something like your purpose, something like trusting that everything's going to work out in the way that it's meant to, because it's already there for you. And I'm sorry if you don't believe in determinism and you're getting triggered by all of this, because, you know, people who don't tend to get really triggered by it. It's understandable. You have your reasons. I mean, who doesn't like the idea that we have no control, right? And it's not like we don't have control. It's just, again, like, if it's already written, then who's really in control here, right? So, yeah, I think that's basically what I'm getting from these cards, from the Oracle cards. Overall, I would just say there's a major clearing happening over the next 3 months. So it doesn't have to be super intense. It could be something really subtle, like you wouldn't even notice. Okay, I also feel like the next 3 months can go by pretty fast, but it might be a bit of a blur. Like, you might lose track of time. You might lose track of days. You might forget what happened last week, you know, like you're just, and that's fine, because you're not meant to look back. Because if you look back, all you're going to see is darkness. Metaphorically, maybe literally. You know, I tend to speak in like metaphors here, you know, apply it how it works. Okay, so, you know, I mean, you could look back, but all you can really do when you look back is reflect. Reflect on what's in the past. Whatever's in the past has happened already. Fortunately and unfortunately. So you'll never experience that again. And that's kind of like the card with Soufflatus. You can try to recreate moments. You can, you know, go do the same things you've always done, but it's never going to be like the time before and the time before that. So if you are dealing with relationships, because now I'm being called to talk about relationships, there is this woman I watch. I can't think of her name right now, but she wrote a book. Here, let me just find out real quick who it was. Maybe I could see what the book was that she wrote. Ooh, let's see. Okay, her name is Dr. Joanna Kujava, Spiritual Detective. Okay, that's her YouTube. Dr. Joanna Kujava. I want to say it's Kujava because she's Polish. Spiritual Detective. If I remember to, I'll put that in the link. Joanna, Joanna, and then new word Qujawa. And she wrote a book about the goddess. She also works with Eros and feminine sexuality. And she was saying how a lot of times with women especially, I mean, men can do this too, but, you know, she's more speaking on the feminine aspects. And she was talking about Eros. And even though Eros, I believe, is masculine, it's the masculine aspect of sexuality, of like sacred sexuality, tantric sexuality. And she was saying how a lot of times, you know, when we experience something, let's say something very pleasurable, like a very romantic night or a very romantic hookup or whatever, you know, sometimes people want to experience that again. And so what do? They put on the same lingerie, they light candles again, they put on the same exact music again, and they try to recreate that moment. And it's never going to happen, okay? I mean, it's not going to happen the same way that it did the first time, okay? And so basically with that message, it could be a sign that you need to just enjoy things for the way they are in the moment that they come up. And even if the moment has passed, you could still enjoy it for what it was. But that's all you can do is reflect back on it. So you're not going to be able to recreate that most romantic time in your life, okay? Or that the happiest time in your life, okay? Like, you can't, unless you can physically go back in time, like, and do it again, like, you can't get that back. And so with that said, I feel like for some of you, that could be relationships. Like, maybe you're trying to reconnect with somebody. Maybe you're trying to do things again with somebody. Either one of you or both of you are trying to, like, recreate these moments that you've once had. And it's not going to work. I think it's going to leave you all, like, and I know it's going to leave you more dissatisfied than you were when you got back together. And that doesn't have to be relationships. It could be with anything. Okay? Something you're very passionate about. So that's that message. So now I'm being called to stop talking about that. And again, you need to hold space to allow the light to come in, and you can't force it. You can do all these rituals and all these prayers and whatever, but you can't force this. You can't force spirit. You can't force the divine. It's going to step in when it's necessary. You know what? And I like that, because there's times when I try to watch a video on YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube. I love learning stuff. I love watching lectures and podcasts and all that kind of stuff. And largely astrology, tarot, esoteric, occult, or etymology, or anthropology, things like that. Like, I'm just really into that kind of stuff, religion. And I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay, so what I was saying, there's sometimes when I try to watch a video, I put it on, and for some reason I can't just watch it. I start getting distracted or whatever. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'll just, since I can't get this video going, like, I can't pay attention to the person talking, I'll just come back to it later. And sometimes I'll try to come back to it again and again, and it doesn't work. And so I take that as a sign, okay, I'm not meant to watch this video. Okay. Then there's other times where I come back to a video and it's just like perfect timing when I do come back to the video. You know, I try to force it in the beginning. I try to listen to it in the beginning, and it didn't work. And then I came back to it, and when I came back to it, it was the right time. And so in a sense, you could have started something and try to make it work. And it could be anything. Again, relationships, anything. And let's just say you had to move on from it. I would say the next 3 months may be a time where you are able to come back to that. Okay? And again, at the time I'm recording this, if you are watching this in 2024, especially here, August, September, October, I guess the rest of the year, but I want to say especially September, okay? September seems to be a big month. It doesn't have to be this year. It could be next year, especially if you're watching this in 2025 or beyond. September seems to be a key month, even if it's months away from the time you're watching this. Either way, overall, there's something you can come back to here. And maybe that's why you're in the dark, and maybe that's why you're struggling, because you're trying to do something new, and you're not meant to do something new. Okay? These retrogrades allow us to go back and look over something we've missed, or to start something up again. I know they say, like, Mercury retrograde, don't start anything, blah, 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 but you can start shit in Mercury retrograde, but it's not going to be successful unless, or maybe even, like, give you results unless it's something you've tried to do before and you couldn't get it off the ground. Whatever it may be, you could start it up again. Okay? So I'm just going to end the oracle portion of that here. Let's move these cards to the side. And let's get into the tarot part of this. All right, let's see the time. Wow, we're already 30 minutes in. Oh my goodness, guys. Almost called you guys girls. Girls, guys, whoever. Okay, so I would say the feminine's really here strong with you. Already we got a card out. We got the Page of Pentacles. I haven't asked any questions or anything. So this is big. I feel like you guys, you're the first reading I'm doing, because I felt really called to read for Lavender. I kept repeating in my head. And so, like, I don't know how the other readings are going to go, but so far you guys have, like, something major's happening. It feels really powerful. It's a little intense, but it's like, it's good. It's not like bad. Even if there is some darkness going on, it's totally fine. And with the Page of Pentacles, that only confirms it, that you are embarking on something here. You're building something here that's going to last a really long time. And so that's probably why you're in the dark, because you have to grow first. You have to learn and grow. Okay, this is a card of an amateur. The page or the princess just received this pentacle. Okay, and they get it from the ace. They get it from Keter. Okay, so this is you receiving your insight from Keter. And it has a lot to do with the physical world. Okay, it has a lot to do with Malkut. It has a lot to do with the earth and earth energy, the earth element. So it's setting up a plan. It's setting up your future. It's building something for the long term. It could even be permanent. It could just be something that evolves over time, but it started from one point and cascades into something else. Okay? So the next 3 months, man, it's a time to build. It's a time to learn. One of these cards mentions something about humility. It's definitely a time to just admit when you're wrong, to admit you don't know things, to not be afraid to ask questions, not be afraid to ask for help. Don't think you're going to look stupid or foolish, especially if you're at work or you're doing anything related to earth element, which is, in my readings, education, home and family, careers. It could even be your physical body, your physical aspect, your health. Okay? Whatever it is, don't be afraid to, what I'm hearing, don't be afraid to look like a fool. All right? All right, the next card we have is the Chariot. So even though things may be kind of like weird, like right now, I would say transitional. I don't get a sense of Hermit, but you're definitely like in the dark about certain things. You're definitely having to clear and make way. We have the Chariot, and so this is a sign that things are going to keep moving forward. Things are going to keep progressing. Whether it's slow, whether it's fast, it doesn't matter. You are not going back. You're not going back to the past. You're not going back to who you were at the time that you're watching this reading. 3 months from now, you're going to be a completely changed person. I mean, we're always changing, but specifically with this reading, I just sense that like you guys are going to burst something new here in 3 months' time. Okay, this is also Cancer energy. And again, there's more of this balance here. Okay, with these two images. You need both those sphinxes to cooperate in order to move the Chariot, because if one wants to go left and one wants to go right, it's going to be chaos. They're going to break away from the Chariot, and then the Chariot's just going to sit there and you're not going to go anywhere. You know, and so it's important to balance the light and the dark, the feminine and the masculine, night and day, anything that has a dual aspect to itself, which is almost everything in life, love and hate even. You got to balance this in order for it to work, in order for it to move. So you got to cooperate, okay, especially at work, education, family. You got to cooperate with who and what's going on, even if you don't want to, even if you love to do things alone. Like, I feel like some of you are Capricorn or have Capricorn placements, all right? Tap into that Cancerian energy of looking out for one another, making sure everyone's okay, making sure you're okay. Because when you're okay, you're able to help others without depleting yourself. And sometimes I feel like if others are okay, it makes you feel okay. That's definitely some big Capricorn Cancer energy. You know, if everyone's cool, then it's like, all right, I'm cool, you know? I mean, for the most part, right? Sorry, I'm like drifting over here. I have this weird setup with this thing, whatever. So my bad if I'm like weird and over there. I'm not even like looking at the camera half the time. Okay. Sorry, I heard a noise at my door, so I'm just... Anyways, let's move on. What else can you tell us about the next 3 months for group 4, for people who picked Lavender? What do they need to know? What's important? And just so you know, I gave these cards a good shuffle beforehand. My goodness. So I'm kind of we're just pulling now. And I'll be the first to admit that my shuffling is like really awkward. I never learned how to like properly shuffle, so I just kind of just do it. Kind of just wing it. What else can you tell us? This one wants to pop out. Okay, so we have the 4 of Wands in reverse. Okay, so there's a disruption in the home. I mean, it sounds about right. We have eclipse energy here. So I'm thinking, speaking of eclipse, we're having one more, as far as I'm concerned, we're having one more eclipse this year in Libra season. Yeah, I think I guess the full moon and the new moon in Libra season are the last eclipse that we're getting this year. And possibly even the last, yeah, it should be the last eclipse. Yeah, it will be the last eclipses. As far as I'm concerned, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's the very last eclipse of the Aries-Libra axis. So you want to look at yourself and at your relationships. Okay, so relationships could get disrupted right now. Things could just be turned on its head. I feel like there could be problems in the home. For some of you, you're going to have to make repairs. Like, there's like all of a sudden things just start breaking and falling apart. There could be plumbing issues. I feel like there's something in the wall for somebody. Hopefully it's not mold. There's like, there could be electrical problems. This is very random, but I'm just going with what I'm picking up. So only take what resonates. And I don't want to scare anybody like, oh great, now you got repairs you got to do. But I mean, that's what I'm picking up. And those repairs, like, again, could be anything. They could be serious, or they could just be like really minors, like changing the curtains, like changing the pillows on your couch, like getting new covers and changing the color theme in your house or something. So that's something you could do. I don't know too much about, oh man, what is it called? I know it's a thing in Vedic astrology. I really cannot think of the name right now. But it's common in astrology practices where if something's coming up, a transit, especially if it's difficult, there's something you could do. Like you can do a ritual, or especially in Vedic, you could do some kind of a thing. Honestly, I can't remember what it's called, but you could do something. I want to call it like a ramification. Is that? I don't know. Is that a word? Am I saying it right? I'm not really good with like pronouncing things, but it's something like that where like so let's say you're gonna have like this crazy aspect coming up and it's like really harsh, so you would go and make a talisman. Okay, say like Pluto's gonna do some shit and fuck some shit up in your chart, so you'd make a talisman for Pluto or something to help ease it, or you do something that is similar to his energy to help ease it. So Pluto likes to remove things and like to bring up stuff, so before this transit comes, you could do something to like remove things on your own, to reveal things on your own, so that way he doesn't come around and fuck shit up, right? You kind of fuck it up for yourself. I mean, but in a good way. That's the whole point. It's to avoid the major fuck ups. So there could be something like that where you change something within your home before it happens. Or let's say you get an inspection of your home, or doesn't have to be the home. It could be anything like that, where you get, let's say you go to the doctor to get a checkup. Okay, like maybe you don't ever get checkups at the doctor, or maybe you don't have an appointment until like 6 months from now. Let's go ahead and make an appointment and see, just in case. And maybe there's something that can come up that you could find out early on, and that way you can get it taken care of, and that way it's not a surprise. It's not overly destructive. Okay, the next card we have is the Empress. So this goes with the whole birthing something new. I'm also getting that you need to rest. You need to rest in between all the activity that's going to go on, because even though you're in the dark, there's still going to be a lot of activity. There's still going to be a lot of things that need to fall into place, a lot of things that need to grow, a lot of things that need to be worked on, okay? Especially with the Page of Pentacles, okay? And the Empress is a pregnant woman, you know, and for the most part, you know, pregnancy shouldn't slow you down or stop you from doing certain things. I mean, I've seen so many videos of dancers who dance until they can't dance no more when they're pregnant, right? Like, you know, that you, of course, get with your doctor if you are pregnant, make sure everything's okay and you can do these things. But like overall, just because you're pregnant doesn't mean you can't just like stop doing everything altogether, right? And so that could be a message where even though you have some kind of restriction happening, it doesn't mean you, or at least a perceived restriction, right? Like a pregnancy is a perceived restriction of the body. It's really not, okay? So that could be a message too. Like maybe you feel restricted. Maybe you feel like there's certain things you can't do because of this and that. It's probably not true. It's probably just your misperceptions. You know, again, like when I was pregnant, there was all this stuff that I read, like don't do this and do that. And then years later, I see all these people doing all this stuff that I was told I couldn't do, or what I read that I couldn't, not told, but things that I read, right? And it's like, man, I could did all that, but you know, I thought I wasn't allowed to. So it could be something like that comes up in the next 3 months. Something that you could remind yourself too, you know? And if you are, like, for some of you, if you are recovering from an injury, or if there is an injury, because at the beginning of the reading, I did pick up on some kind of injury, this could be a sign that just because you're injured doesn't mean you can't get up and stretch still. Okay, I mean, not all injuries are the same, but maybe, you know, you can kind of get a head start on something. Like maybe something happened and you're not supposed to walk until like for like a couple more days, and let's say like the day before you're allowed to start walking again, you start walking, you know, like kind of like get a head start. But I'm not take that as it is. Like I'm not trying to mess you up, so please don't come for me if you take that advice and then something happens. Okay, like do what you know feels right, okay? Read the description. There's a disclaimer in the description, okay? So there could be something like that. On the other hand, there's a lot for you to celebrate. I mean, the Four of Wands, even though it's in reverse, it's still the card of celebration, okay? So there's still a lot to celebrate. I just feel like it's gonna be harder to, because there's a lot you gotta fix. There's a lot of like stuff you gotta touch up, okay? And so with the Empress, this is a card about growth and feeling good and leisures and pleasures and things like that. I'm hearing to take it with stride. Take it as it comes. And that goes back to what I was saying about, you know, trying to recreate moments or whatever. Like, don't do that. Like, just let things happen as they are. You'll be able to enjoy the moment way better if you do that. Okay, so let's see what else is coming up for you in the next 3 months. And I'm gonna pull more cards after this from the Golden Wheel. What's it called? Tarot of the Golden Wheel. And then with this deck, we're gonna look into more spiritual aspects of things. Okay, this is the more physical part here with the Albano-Waite deck. Okay, so we got the Two of Swords. I know it was upside down a moment ago, but I'm taking it right side up because that's how it came out to me. The Two of Swords. And so you are, I mean, you are in the dark. You are at a crossroads here. You know, you have to make a really important decision. I feel like over the next 3 months, there's going to be a lot of things leaving and a lot of things accumulating. And I feel like the decision is going to need to be made towards the end of these 3 months, okay? Whenever you're watching this. Because it's coming up at the end of the reading, okay? So at the beginning, you've got the Page of Pentacles, and it's all about building something, learning, growing, And like, this is your journey, okay? And that's basically what tarot is. It's a journey. It's the fool's journey. And so this is your journey. Everything you go through, everything you pick up along the way, everything you got to fix, and everything you grow and expand on is going to lead you to the Two of Swords. An impasse, a crossroads, a hard decision you have to make. I'm getting very, very hard. Again, you guys have a really strong energy. Very hard decision to make. It's not so much hard, it's serious, it's permanent, it's life-changing. It's, it's like, do I break the branch off this tree or not? You know what I mean? Like, that's like the energy. And so, with that said, it's difficult. This is, Libra moon. I can only imagine what a Libra moon's like. I have Libra rising. I can only imagine what that's like. Being a Libra rising's tough. I'm sure being a Libra sun can be pretty tough too. I mean, they're generally very happy people. Very easygoing, very carefree. But Libra moon, man, I can only imagine. It's hard to make a decision when you're a Libra because you like to weigh both sides, and when you do that, well, if you are a Libra or not, but like when you have Libra placements, like you weigh both sides, and like after doing that for long enough, it's like, well, I don't see any difference in these two things that I'm weighing, right? Like I like both actually. Can I pick both? I mean, sometimes you can pick both. Maybe for some of you can, but for the most part, nah. You can only choose yes or no. Not everything is black and white, but when it comes to this card, it's pretty black and white. You have to make a decision, okay? And so when this happens, you need to go inwards because, as you see, this woman is blindfolded, so she can't see what's going on around her. And so that allows her to look within. So you have to look within with this decision. You have to cut all distractions out, okay? And this is something you can prepare for, because I did mention something about preparing for something before it happens, before the worst of it gets to you, And so this could be a message that to prepare for this, because this is coming, that you're going to have to make a decision. It's going to arrive, and you're going to know when it's time, because it's going to arrive at the moment it's meant to arrive, right? Everything's fated, everything's written. And so, yeah, I can't really say exactly what it is, because I just feel like there's many different things coming up. I don't know how many people are going to watch this. So, like, I don't know, there could be, like, maybe 2 people are watching, maybe 5 people pick this, who knows, like, either way, this is, it's going to be dependent on each and every one of you, like, exactly what this is. But I think by now you can kind of get a feel for it based on what the cards have said already. Okay. So let's see if I could see anything else before we move forward. I can't believe this reading is so long. Oh, goodness. I hope it's not too long for you guys. I mean, I don't mind, but I know some people don't like the long readings. But, I mean, it's 3 months, right? We got to cover 3 months. Even though it's like overall, I'm not doing month by month, because I'd probably spend an hour on each month if I did that. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically what I'm getting. Definitely connect to the feminine, the masculine, the alchemical side of those things, okay? The energy of masculine and feminine. The divinity of those two. What does the divinity represent? I know, like, in Christianity and Judaism, maybe not so much Judaism, but largely Christianity, most Western beliefs is that there's, monotheism, there's one God, there's one creator, it's largely depicted as a man or a masculine, and you completely ignore the feminine. But the goddess is so important. She is the one who births life. She is the portal. Women are the portal, okay? They're the ones that bring life into the world. yeah, you need a man's seed, but you also need a woman to give you life, okay? She births humanity. So don't forget that, ladies. Like, you are the birthers of humanity. That's quite a responsibility if you think about it. I know in this day and age, especially, people kind of just have children left and right, or things happen, you know? And that's whatever, you know? That's just how it is, but... if you like look at it from that perspective, like, I am birthing the future generations. Even if you're a man, like, you could still look at it like that. You can put that metaphorically into what's happening here. Like, you're gonna birth something here. It's your responsibility. What do you want to birth into the world? What kind of children do you want to have? You know, have you healed yourself? Are you healed enough to have children? Do you want to pass down your trauma to children, or do you want to heal it? Are you happy with your partner? You know, do you want children that are just like him and just like you? Do you love yourself enough to accept yourself enough? Because once you have children, they're going to be, I mean, they're their own people, but they're going to be almost just like you. You know what I mean? They're going to be an image of you. There's that saying, you marry your dad or you marry your mother, in the sense that, like, the partner you end up with is just like your mother or just like your father in some way. You know, there's some kind of relation there. And I totally see that. I could see that in my partner, and I could see that from, like, my partner's perspective, like the similarities I have with his mother. Okay, so yeah, that's just something to think about. So again, it doesn't have to be children. It could, you know, apply it to whatever it is in your life that's, like, really important to you at this time. Okay, what kind of world do you want to live in? What kind of world do you want to see? And yeah, get a little selfish, but also be considerate. You want kids? Who doesn't want kids? A lot of people want kids. But are you doing it to fulfill something in yourself? You know? I mean, I guess we all are, right? But at the same time, it's like, that's not what we should do it for. We shouldn't have children to fulfill something within us. You know, if we can't fulfill it on our own, maybe we shouldn't have children. If we can't fulfill and work on things on our own, maybe we shouldn't birth it. Maybe we shouldn't bring it into existence. Maybe you shouldn't summon that demon, all right? Maybe you shouldn't call on the spirits if you can't take the responsibility of them. Okay, and that's definitely what it's like to be a parent. You are now forever, at least, you know, They say they're 18 years and then they move out, at least in the Western culture, right? But it's still, like, I don't see it like that. Like, you're responsible forever. Even if they move out and they go and they live their own lives. Let's say you never see them for years because they live in another country, stuff like that. Like, you're still responsible in the sense that you're still responsible to be their parent, okay? To be their mother, to be their father. So I think that's what's really important here. So let's go ahead and move on, and we're going to look at more spiritual aspect of things. You know, what we looked at what's here on the ground in the physical world. Let's see what we can get from the spiritual world. So this is stuff that can manifest in dreams and your spiritual practice, metaphysical, whatever, however you see the spiritual side of your life, however that looks to you. These are just more divine, intuitive messages. The first card we have is the Queen of Wands, or the Queen of Wheels, I'm sorry. So this is the Queen of Pentacles in the Rider-Waite. Okay, being really satisfied. Look how well dressed she is. That's what I love about the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Wheels. They're well dressed. This is Capricorn energy. Capricorns know how to dress. All right, they like to appear perfect and put together for the most part. I mean, of course, it depends on every Capricorn, but the archetype of Capricorn likes to appear like there's no flaws, even though they're so full of flaws. You know, but they, even still, I mean, we all are, right? But like Capricorns love to appear like, I got it together, everything's cool, everything's fine. And it's interesting because she's weaving, she's spinning, she's creating something here. Okay. If you think of like spinning like a blanket or something, I don't know why I thought of a blanket as like protective. I mean, it protects you from the cold, right? I guess to a baby, a blanket could be like protective, right? You could swaddle a baby up and keep them all snug and tight, keep them protected. Maybe you have a safety blanket, you know, baby blanket. Even if it's not a baby blanket, maybe you just have a favorite blanket. I don't know why I'm mentioning that, but there could be something here. It could also be something, a symbol, like a synchronicity of blanket, because we are dealing with the spiritual here. Safety, comfort, that's very Cancerian again. We do have Cancer energy. We have a lot of Venus energy out. Okay, we have the Empress. The Four of Wands has Venus energy. And then the Libra is very Venus. Taurus is very Venus. Okay. So the cards we got. The High Priestess. Okay. She's holding a key. You know, she's giving off Hecate vibes. Or Hecate, however you want to say it. Hecate has the keys. She's also seen with an owl or a pack of wolves, crows, things like that. And she holds a key. Well, you know, she's the triple goddess. That's another thing about the goddess. Like, the goddess is generally a triple goddess, okay? It's like that in neo-paganism, Wiccan, and things like that. They revere the triple goddess. But in all religions, I want to say that there is a triplicity to the goddess, okay? The virgin, the maiden, the crone. Because that is the stages of woman. Woman goes through 3 stages, okay? She goes through her youth. She goes through her adulthood of being pregnant and things like that, being fertile. And then she goes through the crone, where she's gone through menopause. She can't have children anymore. And now she's a wise old woman, right? I mean, you know, old is whatever, subjective, right? Just because you hit menopause doesn't mean you're old. But, you know, generally speaking, it's just part of the phase of woman. Okay, so I do pick up a lot of like feminine energy in this reading, having to tap in, having to go through all those phases. Even metaphorically. Maybe you're entering one of those phases if you're a woman. Okay, maybe you are entering into your 20s, into your 30s. Maybe you are entering into a marriage. Maybe you are entering to motherhood. Maybe you're going through menopause, or you're about to go through menopause. And so maybe that's something you have to prepare for, because it did say something about there's something coming and it's good to prepare for it. Okay. Move on. Also, the High Priestess, obviously it's about connecting with your intuition in the dream world, astral projection. It's really the state of flow and allowing the stream of consciousness to flow through you. The next card we have are the Eight of Wands. So this goes with the Chariot, things moving fast. I feel like your spiritual world is gonna really be chaotic. Things are kind of, I feel like there might be dreams you're not going to be able to remember. Like, even as soon as you wake up, for some reason, you just can't remember it. Like, it's just going to slip your mind. Things are just going to go quickly. So I don't think you're meant to hold on to anything in that sense. Spiritually, I feel like there's a lot of beliefs that can fall away. Maybe your beliefs get challenged and it makes you rethink them. Like, oh, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe what I thought I believed in, I'm starting not to believe anymore because I have some new evidence. I mean, that happens to me a lot. My beliefs change. Like, so I'm pagan at heart, right? But I'm not a neo-pagan. I'm not a Wiccan. I used to be a Wiccan. I used to be Christian. I wanted to be Catholic at one point. I was an atheist, you know, like I've gone through it all. And my beliefs are always changing. And right now I'm going towards Kabbalah and a little bit of Judaism. You know, still maintaining those pagan roots though. So I don't know if I can like convert to any one religion because of that, because it's always changing. But for you guys, don't mean to talk about myself, but just try to like relate here for you guys. It could be something like that, like something's changing. We don't have the Wheel of Fortune, but I definitely picked up on that with the Two of Swords here. I got like Wheel of Fortune vibes. Okay. So yeah, rapid changes. All right, and then the Sun. We've arrived at the Sun. So yeah, overall it's good. I mean, that's what I feel too. Like, things are heavy. Things could be kind of dark or confusing or blurry or whatever it is for you. It's still good though, because especially with the Sun, like, and that's what I felt throughout this whole reading. Like, I don't have any bad vibes. Difficult, yeah. Challenging, yeah. Powerful, most definitely. And because it's powerful, it's no reason the Sun came out. I mean, what's the most powerful thing out there? I mean, besides the Creator, I mean, the Sun is pretty freaking powerful, right? I mean, the Moon's pretty powerful. The Sun gives us life. The Moon gives us our ebbs and flows to life. It helps things grow. Helps women track their menstrual cycle. So it's very interesting, this artwork, because we have a white horse, and then it could be a man or a woman. This androgynous person is wearing white, and then they have a red cape, a red scarf wrapped around their waist. And then you have this giant sun, this very folk art sun, Slavic folk art. New beginnings. And that's what you're going to arrive to, especially with the Two of Swords. After you make that important decision, you're going to arrive at your destination. And you're going to, because of the Chariot, it's all about going to your destination. And you will arrive there. And spiritually, I feel like at the end of all this, at the end of these 3 months, you're going to be in a very comfortable place. You're going to be very confident, very sure of yourself. Your beliefs are going to get challenged. And just because they get challenged doesn't mean you have to change them, okay? They could just get challenged and then transformed into something better or something stronger, to where your beliefs can't be challenged anymore. Or like, maybe you got hurt about something you once believed in. Maybe something you thought was supposed to be true ended up not being true, okay? Or something like that. I feel like for some of you at the end of these 3 months, you're gonna realize actually it is true, okay? Like, you just had to go through this period. You had to add more to your arsenal. You had to gain new skills and knowledge and insight, okay? And going back to the Empress, you want to do things. You want to challenge yourself, especially physically. At the same time, take rest when you do need a rest, because that is also important. You don't want to just keep doing things, because also spiritually there's a lot of activity, especially with the High Priestess. And so you want to be able to rest. You want to avoid spiritual attacks. You want to avoid performing rituals that are going to end up draining all your energy. Okay. I'm gonna see what else, if I can pick up anything else. I don't think so. Okay. So, what should I do? Should we end it here, or should I pull a talisman? It's so long. Dang, it's so long. I'm just gonna pull a talisman. Fuck it. Why not? Let's pull a talisman card for you and see what the talisman card says, and we're going to end the reading there. Okay, so this talisman can help you. It could be a talisman that you decide to make on your own. You don't have to use the symbols on the card or in the booklet, but I'll show you guys anyways. You can make your own sigils. Okay. We got protection. Okay. I did say something about spiritual attacks, so you want to protect yourself, and that's basically what talismans I think are to work with the planets, and then amulets I think are for protection. So an amulet, a talisman could protect you, but it's more or less to deal with working with planets. Okay, so let's see what the book says on this card. This is what you want to call on when you work with your guides, or if you want to work with any of the angels here, or emanation, or any angels or saints, or whatever that you work with. Maybe work with them more. All right. So there's the sigil for this card. You don't have to use it, but if you want, you could draw it and put it somewhere, tuck it away somewhere. Okay? The book says, you are divinely protected. The scary door knocker in the center of this card is here to protect you. Cast away the darkness and bring good fortune and health to you, your home, and your family. Spend some time with this card to feel its power. Imagine the force field that radiates outward and expands as you strengthen your intent. You are shielded in this dome, and all the negative energy, curses, and bad wishes bounce off of it. If a negative vibe approaches, your energy shines bright and powerful and quickly repels it. Embrace and comfort your inner child that was left longing. You are safe in this time and space. Talisman power. Use the protection card if you feel setbacks are happening around you. You can use this card when you start living in a new home and you want to cleanse the negative energy. Meditating on this card can be very powerful if you combine it with a ritual of your own, burning sage, lighting a candle, or performing water rituals. It might feel silly, but try making a scary face and voice of your own. Scare the bad energy away. And the word down here says, I am sheltered. I like how it says make a scary face and a voice of your own. There's some traditions and tribes where they have scary masks and they dress in like all this stuff, right? And it looks scary as shit, but it's not meant to scare the villagers or themselves. It's meant to scare away any spirits lurking around, okay? So they get all scary for that. You know, you gotta tell the ghost, fuck off, get out of my house, right? Like, you gotta get scary. If you're confronted with something like that, with spirits or anything, negative vibes, you just gotta be like, you know what? F you. You're in my house. This is my house. Get the F out, right? Like, anything like that, any kind of like situation like that, you want to bring that vibe. Okay? All right, so I'm just going to end the reading here. Thank you so much for watching. I hope it resonated. If it didn't resonate, I hope that you at least are able to gain some insight into what could potentially come up in the next 3 months. And I thank you all for watching. Thank you so much, especially because you've reached the end of this very long reading. Very well-deserved reading, though. I'm very excited for you guys. You guys are major transformations. Major energy. I love it. So take care, and I'll see you guys in the next reading.